Hello. Hello, Buster. I hope the art is going good. I need to put a live now post. I'm like, don't know why, but I'm so out of funk right now. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening, chat. Let's go to hub. Oh, yeah. I'm so out of funk that I forgot to put in my face tracking. Oh my god. Shit, what am I doing? How has it only been a weekend? I guess I did sleep all weekend, so I kind of just reset my brain in its entirety. Let's connect. Hello. I'm trying to think. Okay. This one. Yeah, that's how I want to be today. I'm using the new affinity program, and it's not the worst. It's definitely a little getting used to, but I like that it's all in one program. Stream. Close. New affinity? Yeah. So a lot of the art programs I use are called Affinity. However, they have a new suite. So originally it was called Affinity Designer, Photo, and Publisher. But now it's just Affinity, which is a free program. It is completely free. You do not have to pay for it. It is meant to replace all Adobe, some Adobe products, which is nice. I like that someone's trying to compete with the monopoly. I'm no longer a hot dog. I am normal again. The hot dog no longer exists. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, damn. I need to think of a new hat for him, but we'll do that later. Zambi. Hello, Shadow. Happy Monday. Also, last night I watched as like a final, like, I guess you could say like spooky movie thing. I watched Sinners. And I gotta say, God fucking damn, is it a good movie. It's a fucking, oh God, I love that movie. That's a good ass movie. Lost in it. But that's a good movie. I'll have to watch it again just because I like it so much. Good Monday and November. Twitch.tv/maincoow. Stream Monday. I wonder if BZ's streaming. Hi, Fruit Bat. Welcome on in. If you don't know what BDE means, it means big dick energy. And then where's BZ? Hope you have a great stream. I'm just gonna mute that, and then we gotta pin Muse. Great stream. Okay, we're good now. Hi, how are you? I'm good. Just doing my normal Monday stuff. I don't know why, but I clicked go live and then I was like, what am I doing? I forgot how to stream. I need to take a vitamin D because there's no more sun. I take a vitamin D because there's no more sun. It's only gray clouds and rain. It makes my office feel more moody. It was like the perfect time to get these lights, bro, for gore, but that's okay. Thank you. I now have like, so most of the illumination in my office came from a light, like a light strip that was behind me. But now I have two lights that are kind of in front of me, and oh my god, I feel so nice. I feel so nice. Like, I don't know if you guys seen the TikTok, but it's like hold on, I'll just go on TikTok to show you guys. Ambient light classroom. So really, in order to get enough light for my eyes to like not be strained, I almost basically had to have my like a fluorescent light on, essentially, which is it's not really a fluorescent light, but it was my ceiling fan light, and it was just not it. It was just And now I have all these like little pockets of light in my office that make it really nice. So now it's more like this, where it's kind of like you have like pockets of light that are giving you enough light that you're not going to have eye strain, but it's relaxing. And that's what my office is right now, and I'm so happy about it. Like, it just makes me so much happier. And also, my face is getting illuminated a lot better in my office now, so that might help the face tracking just a little bit. Even if it doesn't help a lot, it's better than nothing, which I basically had before, so I'm really happy. Really happy. And also, I have a key light that's in front of me that doesn't have to fucking blind me anymore. Who dis? Where the zombie I subscribed to? Bruh, you've been here for like 4 years. You know who this is. You know who this is, Pixels. I could wear the headband, though. I still have the headband. Where's the hat? Oh, I can't wear the bangs. There you go. See? I'm still a hot dog. Still hot dog. Where have you been? Oh my life. I ran out of meme names, so we're doing that, and then we're gonna do art, video scripting, and recording, and then Minecraft mod pack making. Okay, this will be November. Oops. What the fuck? I have caps lock on. November 3rd. Do I do that? Do I do the third thing? No, I don't. November 3. Cool. Okay, that's set up for later. Okay. That's being downloaded. It's taking like forever to upload. Let me refresh this page. Oops. Have some who can teach me, love me all night long. I fucking close my fucking tabs for you, babe. Searching for you, baby. I want to lurk here. And I want to lurk here. I don't have a video for today. I do need to pin the video I made the other day, though, so let me do that really quick. Oh, Pancake streaming. Let me pop in and say hello to her, too. Happy Monday. Hope y'all having a great stream. Alright, cool. What am I doing? Oh, the TikTok thing. So I don't know how to. I don't think you can pin posts on PC. I think you can only do it on mobile. There is a fucking something near my window. I don't know what it is. It's like a leaf blower or something, and it's like it's driving me a little nuts. Can I pin this? Pin. Cool, I pinned it. 'Cause I should be doing that. Alright. Stars like jump, little butterflies and just stone just, and I could be the night. Let's see, I should have the 27th in here. I do, but I don't have any of the others, so I need to download those today. Alright, 27th, the 28th is preparing. Little butterflies and jars, stone jars. 27th, no. Public, publish. Little butterflies and stars. Alright, Alright, I gotta go in here. I have like so many, I feel like I have so many folders, but I don't really. Art, this is the 27th, 28th. These can go in October. Image and cell, the 29th. I think there's just so much noise outside also because they had to pick up so many leaves. A lot of leaves fell over the week that they were not here. The 30th is gonna be... Never been falling apart without you. Only because I can't get you off my mind. Oh! Oh, that did not... the image and selected, so there we go. In my bones. Part 1. Apocalypse. Falling apart without you. Let me guys, but I can't put you. Oh, this needs to be a JPEG. Okay, there we go. It will be no. I'm not. No, I'm not a human. Whole document export. There we go. Alrighty, and now we can close. No, we don't need to close this yet. I need to look at the babies, the blind box babies. Let's collect them all. This will be punch card. I think it's this one. I think I wanted them all in one. File, save as, save. Did I already do pumpkin pie and stuffed turkey? I haven't done the legendary ones yet. Fuck. Okay. Put this up here for now. I did finish these guys though. Oh, did I not export BLT? I feel like you guys can fucking hear the background noise. I'm gonna close my window. I'll be right back. The wonders a window can make when it, like, muffles noise is fucking crazy, dude. We can't at all, but understandable. Yeah, it was just bugging me, really. Did I just save this as a... Oats, mate, welcome on in. Love the name. How you doing? Okay, this is the wrong one. This needs to go here. But I am confused. Choose file. Oh gosh. Welcome on in. We are just setting stuff up for the next blind box. So I might put myself on art for a little bit instead, since that's what we're doing. Export. Okay, so now blind box 1 and blind box 2 have theirs. Okay. Oh my god, hi, I missed you. Hi, Norman. I missed you as well. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. Can I, let's see, card back. Look what I got. Is that the dancing emo? I like the little dancing emo. Very cute. Okay, so this one. Let's do the commons first, because I have all the commons and I don't have all the rares or legendaries, because I'm a slacker. I'm a slacker. Set 2, BLT. So where did that image go? Oh, interesting. 300. Thank you for that wellness check. Is this 300? It is. Okay. Let me just do back. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's duplicate it. Did I duplicate it? I don't know what I'm doing. Control D. So I'll not duplicate it. Gonna be set 1. Duplicate it to be set 2. We'll remove this group. Turn this one off. Here we go. I think that's correct. Dog. Okay, there we go. And then we have this one and this one. Okay, that one's good. There we go. And then we can take this one off. And those are those 3. And then we have This one's gonna be for VTubers. It will be Rat Cousin, Gob, and then Nilbog. But I haven't made Nilbogs. Hi, Condemned. How are you doing? Where's the custom bean? We have Gob. And then where's Rat Cousin? There's Rat Cousin. How did we get here? We're standing. I'm doing your mom. Oh my god, that's very unfortunate. I feel bad for you. JK, I'm doing good. I'm glad you're doing well. And then this one will be no bugs, but I'll leave that there for now. And then we have the 2 question marks. What's this? You feel bad for me? Yeah, my mama ain't the best lady to be doing that to. If I'm gonna be honest with you. Set. I feel like the card should just stay on a card, the punch card thing. File, save as, save. A hit and run? That's crazy. Okay, yeah, I think this is better than doing it here because there's already a lot of stuff going on here. Are these 300 by 300 though? Yes, they are. That's exactly what. Okay, cool. Set 1. Nope. Set 1. And then duplicate. Turn this off. Set 2. Set 2 is going to be the... what do I want to call it? I want to call it the... wait, did I do it with... Okay. Thankful box. Wait, I forgot if I if I put box? Did I write box with it? Oh, I also have to update. I have to update stuff in here. Where's the beanbox? Okay. So I believe in order of people that got it, it was Shadow, and then Pixels, and then I think Vex was the last one to get it last month, if I remember correctly. Next. Okay. There we go. I don't remember if Kiwi got it as well, but we can fix that later. Yeah. Box. I'm gonna be so young. Stuffed. Moira. Burger. BLT fries. And then this will be Nilbog. This is Gob. And this one will be Rat Cousin. And then this one will be we wrote it down in the other file. Bombastic turkey and pumpkin pie. Okie dokie, and then we replace them with these guys. Let's see, these three go in here. These three get removed. They're a little bit too tall. Oh my goodness. That's okay. I think it's okay that it crops. And this, oh. Boop, boop. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. There we go. I remove me out of this pack. And then we add rat cousin. Oops. Rat cousin will go right here. Save. Okie dokie. Now I gotta go make Nilbog. This is a ghost. Pumpkin. Group. This is set 1. This is the hidden version, and this is the bean. Okie dokie. I have a different file I have to open for this, though, huh? Alright. Boop. It would be a custom bean, custom aspect. Okie dokie. I'm gonna go make Nilbog. Actually, I think Nilbog's only on Blue Sky. Do we have a full like reference of his character by any chance? I mean, that's pretty close. You know where we are, you know where we are. I like this one. Okay, file new. Okay, so let's see. Nilbog has orange eyes. How custom beans made? I haven't made a custom bean in a while. Okay, so they have normal bod. Their bod is their majority color. But I wouldn't mind making his eyes like this. Okay. Let's duplicate it, put him up here. We're gonna call this no bog. I'm gonna turn this one off. We're gonna unlock this one. I'm gonna make it this, 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 this. We can do this color, a little bit more of that orangish. And then, no, I kind of like this orange. And then we can make a little bit of a lighter. Oops. It doesn't exactly have a mouth. My tablet. I know what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. I got what you need, baby. Alrighty. He's very armored, and I would say his color is gray. Gray. I wonder if there are any more like art renditions of Nilbog. I think Gob might have art of him. Oh, I like this. Okay, hold on, let me grab this. File new. Okay, because this is like a self-portrait. So let's do the eyes as this, at the very least. And then I'm gonna try to make his mask. Later. Oh. Okay. Then we're gonna lock this guy always on top. Hello, hi Pocky. How are you? Happy Monday. Shift N. Alright, let's start with, I guess, like this color. So, I think I'm good. What about you? I'm pretty good. I think I also want, yes, this image as well. Because this kind of gives me the angle that I need. Okay, so very square. So let's do like a square draw like this. So it could be like this, and then like this maybe. And then like this. His chin is a lot chunkier though. What are you doing? I am making other content creators as little milk beans for the blind box that we have. So I have a little blind box that I do every month, and I was supposed to do this already, but I kind of forgot. October was much shorter than I thought it was going to be. So I'm a little behind, but that's okay, because now I can do them on stream. Let's do this. Gotta have at least the 3, right? Let me bring this down a little bit, maybe. Thank you for the head pants. Yeah, October was 1 week. I know, right? It's kind of annoying, but it's okay. And then we can do like a little, because I do want like this and then like this, maybe make it a little bit lower. My soul. Then we can kind of do it like this. And then maybe I'd make it a little bit more domed so it looks a bit more like his. You got that magic, baby. Sparks fly crazy. I want to rotate this a little bit more. I might do two versions, like a rotated one and a not rotated one. So this is like mouth closed, and then we have an open one for mouth open. Does this mean I hide his mouth? I think so. Take these off so I can see. And then we have these. And then I might make his soul black because we don't see the inside. Disappear 'cause tonight you've got the magic, baby. And then he's got his horns, and then wife, thank you for the check-in. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. And then, does he have anything else? Like the horns. So let me sketch the horns really quick. And thank you for the vibe check. So he has like one that's up and then one that's like, it's like a lot bigger though. It's like this. Oh. Like that. And then he'll have another one that's like bent. And it's kind of like this. I'll make it a little bit thicker, but it's not that thick, honestly. And then this one kind of goes like this, and then like this. But not as, I wouldn't say as. It's like a bent horn, but in his like chibi version from when they did Super Mario, it's kind of just like this. Hold on. Let me see your face again. Oh, I forgot that's how that moves it. There you go. Faster than I should. I'll take a smaller brush. And then have like the 3. I think I'll do like 3. Think I'm a fool to bring the underwater. I think. Let me redo this. So it'd be like this. And you had one going this way. Like kind of like that. And then we can also do the like correction on this piece, which makes it a little more domed. And then a bit more like this, so that way we can have this piece. All dots that go here. Yeah. And then these. Think I'm a fool trying to breathe underwater, driving with my darling faster than I should. Driving with my darling. I think I should have one more accessory, which is gonna be his belt, which will go like this. We have one that goes here. And then he has another one that kind of goes up. Just like that. And then the little belt buckle. Okay. So we got that sketch all in there. New group. Can inhabit an unknowing rabbit in my picture the way you made me. Sketch. Why can't I lower it? Alright, and then nothing. New layer. Oops. Okay. It looks with a wave of your hand and a fuck ton of money. I want this to be, I think 6. Bonnie. Hello, Chaler. Welcome back in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Start crying. Cover their tears in the bright sunny day. I should have done this in a different color because I can't see what I'm doing. What's the matter, Momo? Because your heart made of lead and your heart's made of steel. So we're jumping on the trampoline. They aren't real. Oh no, I did that wrong. Okay, so like this. And then like this. Oh, this is hard. Alright, and then this one, and then this one. Let me bring it on down. And then we can bring this down this way to match. And then let me see. I think I need to work on this a little bit more. Vocal stem, you got it, fruit bag. Give me 2 seconds. Is that the Grim Reaper? Oh my god!
Motherfucker, where is it?
Where is it?
Is it? I swear to God. You laughing, girl? You trying to laugh? This funny? Let me show you some fucking...
Those were both scary. Those are both very scary. Alright, this is a lighter one, so this one will go in front. By the way, do you like Fallout? I do like the aesthetic of Fallout. I don't know a lot about it. Like, I've never really played the games other than the what's the one game? It's like where you have like a bunch of tiny little Fallouts or like the Fallout shelters, and then you have to take care of your people. Fallout phone game. It was like a phone game. Fallout Shelter? Yeah, I played Fallout Shelter for a little bit. But that's like as far as I got into the games. But Vex talks about it quite a bit and sends us like vids on it. I'm looking at you. Okay, let's do this half. Let me get the colors of this though. Asking because I was gonna tell you about how I got one of the little bobbleheads of the Vault Boy. Oh fuck yeah, that's cool as fuck. I hope it's like good. I hope you like it. I hope you could like put it on your desk and be like, yeah, this is my pit boy. Or I actually don't know if it's of the pit boy, but if it is, it's still cool. And if it isn't, that's okay too. Sounds cool as fuck to have one of those. I think having the bobbleheads honestly is kind of cool. It's very on brand. I like the what do you call it? It's like the what do you call it, dude? I guess like thematic merch of like franchises. Like for example, if like a game has like Doom. Doom has like these little figures that you can collect, and I think that's like fucking it's cool if you were to get those in real life, you know? So I think the little bobbleheads for Fallout's pretty cool. Would you know? That's not how that works. That's not how it works either. Okay. Would you tell me, would you know? I did it wrong. Alright, yeah, and then new layer. Okay. And then we're gonna go like this. And let it take me. Let it take me. Oh my god, I can't. Did you know this? I did know, but I don't know what it is. Isn't it like different Dr. Pepper? Please correct me if I'm wrong. But I feel like I've heard it's like Dr. Pepper adjacent. Oh. Oh. It's this one. Select inverse. I have the actual Fallout cookbook. Fuck, yeah, that's cool. You guys have such cool stuff. This goes on top. I feel like I'm in the angle that bad. How do they achieve the irradiated look? I don't know, piss. I don't actually know. I'd love to know though. My phone buzzing. My mama text me. God damn, what is this? Shift N. I want to using that one? I guess I am. And then use this one. Like that. There we go. Oh, there we go. Then if we take this, this one. I don't want to listen to the song. Okay, hold on. Hello, Bolo Pesto Pasta. How are you doing today? Let's turn the sketch off. Okay, I don't like how that sits, so give me a second. Okay. Like this. Like this. Oh no, I didn't undo it. Shit. Falling, falling, falling love. Also, I didn't know if you. Oh my gosh, Mr. Get hello, Shopping. That's what I heard, but like I could be wrong. I'm kind of stupid, so like don't take anything I say. Take everything I say for a grain of salt. The only thing I don't want you to take for a grain of salt when I say it is that I love you. That is the only thing. If you were like, lurking, thank you for the lurk. If you're like, Elaine, I don't trust anything that you say, I'll be like, you know what? Fair. But I will fight to the death for the one remark, and that is that I love you, because I do. That would be the one thing that I cannot refute. Neon Flu Die. Lane doesn't love us. I do love you. But I'm pretty stupid, so... Neon Flu Die? Is it really? Again and again, fall in love again and again, fall in love again and again. Fall in love again and again, fall in love. I do love you guys. I love you more than anything. I'm gonna kill Vexed. Oh no, what happened? Why are we murdering Vexed? Fall in love again and again. Hi. Let's see, new layer. Being told that you are about to be murdered. Domestic violins. I like this. Domestic violins. I'm like high-key addicted to this song, so we're listening to it one more time. Maybe you were just too darn cute. You ever think of that? Fall in love. Fall in love. Again and again, fall in love again and again, fall in love. Why must you ask for things? What? Yeah, food died because the actual blue one quantum is actually pomegranate food. Okay. Interesting, I didn't know that. Again, in love again. God, I love that song. If it only was longer. Oh. Again, fall in love again and again. Stop it, stop it. Because I want the boob window. Is that a crime? Buster's like, oh, got it. Got it, understood. Easy, just draw a window and then be like, yep, this is good enough. Anyway, I can't stick around for long. Husband is sick, so I gotta make foods for them. No problem. Thank you for stopping by, Sheppy. It means a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope they feel better. Sorry that they feel sick, but appreciate that you're taking care of them. Of course I can. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hope you have a wonderful day. Feel free to come back and let us know how the rest of your day is going if you want. Merge down, Shift N. And then this way, this way, this way. I made that a little too wide. That's what left me higher. That's pretty good for Nilbog. Do I give them custom outline colors? I do for like this stuff that's accented, but that's not really a thing right now. Want to ramble about cookbook because this interaction is so funny. Oh, go for it. Feel free to ramble. The Buster and Vex are having their own thing. They're just being cute little lovers. Right. That's not where that goes. It goes in here. I'm gonna send this to Gob to see what he thinks. Right in love. Custom. I'm a nerd, so I have the Fallout, Elder Scrolls, D&D, and the... I want the D&D one. I want the D&D, and I want the Adventure Time one. The Adventure Time one... Oh, God, I would make so many things from Adventure Time. Export. And then let me duplicate the jaw. This is... Stop. Jaw. And then duplicate... There's a dwarven flatbread in the D&D one that I love to make. Oh, dude, that sounds fucking great. Ooh, fuck. I've never tried to make... the only bread I've ever tried to make is, like, banana bread. Would you say that's similar at all? Or is it, like, actual, like, bread? I gotta send these to Gob, because I don't know if this looks good or not. Oops, wrong thing. Wrong green person. Gob. Because y'all be in my November blind box. It doesn't have yeast, so no need to let rest. Just fry it in a pan. It's basically herb bread. That's very interesting. Flavors didn't think like... Oh, okay. Interesting. I didn't know that. Technically, tortillas are flatbread too. Interesting. That makes sense. But that's cool. I'd love to try that sometime. Cute fat turkey. Because that's the theme I think we're doing for this one. Yeah, stuffed turkey and a pumpkin pie. I need a fat turkey. I made someone's day today. Yeah, how'd you do that? I typically make mine and cut a hole in the middle. Oh, you stopped that. You stopped that. You stopped that right now. That sounds so good. All right, I want to see if I can make a fat milk bean. With my absolute W Riz, I believe it. I don't know if I can DM. Can I DM Nobog? I can. We're mutuals. Oh my god. I just wanted to show you this fan art I made and was hoping it'd be cool with being. I hope you like it. I didn't know what color to make you since Actually, I'm just gonna wait for a gob to say something. Okay. I'll be lost in it. Okay, so we're making a stuffed turkey. So we're gonna have to erase his butt. Because we're gonna make turkey feather butt. All you gotta do is ask someone if you can riz them up and then go down on your knees. All right, please, 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 please. Yes, dude, that's my way of flirting. I'm so stupid when I flirt with people, dude. I have rare chances where my brain will think of something actually romantic, but my typical way of like schmoozing someone is just being an absolute dork. That's my typical way of doing it. I'm also gonna have to extend this tummy out just a little bit. This butt's fine though. And then we might have to make his like a beak. Or I don't know if we'll make a beak. I think he might just stay like this and like keep his head the way it is, and then like this. And then maybe make it like this so it looks like he's got like some fat turkey thighs. I don't know, maybe not. Make a little like burby feathers. Thank you for the song request. I'll make like a cute. How does one make like a turkey? Well, they've got the little gizzard thing going on. They have like the little. This thing, but it kind of looks like a ball sack. Okay. Oh no, it's like on top of their head. It's like that. But they don't have a beak, so it looks weird. What else makes a turkey look like a turkey, huh? A stuffed turkey. Cute Thanksgiving outfits. Not what I wanted. Cute Thanksgiving. I'll go on the, oh yeah, on the beak, yeah. Maybe I have to give him a beak. Maybe we can like tape it on and like have a beak, but it's like not an actual beak. You know, it's like one of these. Hold on, how would I do that? I would do it. I'm gonna get a different color because I say get a different color as I just use the color that I fucking see. Okay. Or would it be like this, and then I could like. No, I think it'd have to be like angled out this way, right? It'd have to be like this. But maybe we could like bring it up. So it's like this. I don't know. I never thought about doing beaks. Because otherwise it would be like this and then like this. Maybe I put like a little... Just tape the gobble gobble on. That's what I'm thinking. Like, or we could like tape it onto him, but like how would we draw a taped on beak? Let's just look up how would you tape on a beak. Taped on beak. Okay. Okay, wait. There's sad pictures on this. Beak. Taped beak costume. That might be better. This is kind of a little scary. Okay, this is kind of scary. Oh, they got like the little ones on their nose. Okay, hold on. No beak, just gobble gobble tape it. Oh, like a taped. Okay. I see. You want me to do like the... Okay, so the little gobble gobble thing. The fuck... I don't even know what it's called. The little red thing that like roosters have. Okay, we'll do it like this. Or... And then it's like... We'll just tape it on. And then he'll have the little feathers. And do I want to give him like a hat of some sort? This is the premium. I always called them chin sacks. Chin sacks? Okay, valid. Cute Thanksgiving costume, maybe. Yeah, dude. Wait, I have an idea. Chat. Okay. What if instead of taping on the ball sack, and instead of doing this, right, we give him a little hat that you guys can wear as well. It'll have like the little thing here. One of those things I learn the name of every year and immediately forget. It's not the gizzard, is it? I feel like I'm wrong. Waddle? It is a... No, it's not. Is that what it's called? It's called a waddle? No, it's not. Is it really? That's such a cute name for something that looks like a ball sack. I don't believe it. I don't know if I believe you guys. I don't know if I believe you guys. I don't know if I necessarily believe you guys. I feel like it's called something else. And it's not a waddle. Because a waddle sounds cute. The top one is called a comb. I don't know. That's awfully cute sounding. It's called the snood. I like that. That would make more sense in my brain. I gotta look at what the turkey looks like. Turkey. Turkeys are so kind of ugly. Turkeys are hella kind of ugly, guys. Okay, hold on. Turkey head. The waddle is the one under the beak. But that sounds so cute. That sounds so cute, though. I, like, kind of refuse. I might not do the snood. I want to do something like that, I think. Is the snoot important, though? I feel like it might be. Hold on, let me look at my... I made a Thanksgiving hat last year for stream. I don't remember if it was just a turkey or not. So let me see. My assets, hats, BLT, no, main hats. I don't have it. I don't remember what it was. Oh, I bet I could find it in the VOD thumbnails. A pumpkin, crema. Made a chicken hat. Made a reindeer hat. I like that reindeer hat a lot. I can't find it. I think I made a chicken hat, but maybe chat. My Baldur's Gate crashed. No! Finally decided let's Vex live. Let's go. Let's go. I'm sorry that your Baldur's Gate crashed. Is it cause of, was it, do you think it was just a crash, or do you think, like, do you have it modded or something? I'm trying to think what else. A stuffed turkey. Stuffed turkey. Stuffed turkey. Do I want to put a stuffed turkey, like, right here next to him? I haven't modded, but it typically works, so I don't know. Weird. Okay, let's bet. Who thinks that I can sketch a turkey first try without help? Actually, don't say without help. I'm going to look up what a turkey looks like. Turkey roasted. Hand turkey? Oh, hand turkey? You want me to make a hand? Hand turkey? You should always use references. Make a hand turkey. Oh no, I can't draw a hand. I can draw a four-fingered hand. Like this. I decided on a zipped up hoodie that's just opening enough to expose her tatas. Okay, valid. I'm back. Welcome back. It's gotta be up higher because it can only be the same as the base of this. Boop. That's like the... Alright, hand turkey. You can have the hand turkey. The pumpkin pie is gonna have, like, leaves, I think. Or pumpkins. I'm not sure which yet. What the fuck is this? That just makes you laugh. Sorry. That was just funny to me. Alright, I'm gonna take a reference from this one. Okay. Alright, now I gotta actually make the turkey. Copy file new. Okay. Because I want those colors. Duplicate this one off. This is going to be called stuffed turkey. And then this is going to be unlocked. I'm going to get it in this color. And then his face will have... I don't know, turkey heads are bald, so maybe I should make his head like that, bald, like this color. Yeah, but I think this should have like a... Okay, there you go. And then cat is having the zoomies. Looks like a little sausage head. Should I make them blue? Should I make the eyes blue? Because for some reasons, turkeys have, like, fucking blue eyes. No. I guess I'll make it darker blue. Actually, no, I have a better idea. Let's make it, like, a darker red. And then we'll do a new layer. And select this one. And then we're going to take that blue and we're going to make it around the eyes. Like this one has. I don't really know why turkeys have blue eyes, but I guess that they do. I look at that and I think that looks terrible. Hold on. Do turkeys actually have, like, blue eyes? They do have blue around their eyes. That's very interesting. This one looks very scary because it's got a long, broken-ass beak. I think I might just keep it like this. It looks kind of like a little hot dog. Alright, I think... Well... Let me look at the custom beans that I did. The blind box at 1. I did match that to be with that, but I might do it anyway. Yeah. But this is the sketch. New group. I wish I really could. Okay, lock. One Conora I don't like got 2 people fired just because she claimed they were sexist when she does not even know or work. What the fuck? What an asshole. What an asshole, dude. Don't worry, they'll get what's coming to them. People like that always get what's coming to them. And it's gonna be least when they expect it and least when they fucking want it. Stuffed turkey. Need the base. I feel like this looks stupid a little bit. Merge down. Okay, maybe that was a bad idea. Okay, let me take this off. I put in an HR complaint about them and have a meeting with HR tomorrow. Fuck yeah. I hope those people can get their jobs back after you talk to them. Or at the very least get some more compensation for the shit fuckery that probably fucking was for those people. There you go. Alright, and then we have to erase his little butt. Oh, it's this one. Oop. Real Sammy is a bitch because I don't know. I don't care her name. Fuck Sammy. Fuck Sammy. We don't know who they are, but you know what? Fuck them. Fair fucking game. Let's do Shift N. Me and my homies, we don't fuck with Sammy. Sammy out here getting people fired for no goddamn fucking reason. It was real fucked up. But the plot thickens. How so? Not that one. Nice. it's faced downwards. And then I want this color. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Select inverse. I'm gonna make it a little bit darker than this color. So according to another coworker, hold on. She is a known racist and is really homophobic. Most of the company is LGBT. Oh, make sure I will just say this just in case. I'm not saying that you're wrong in what you're doing. Have evidence. Have a bit more evidence as well. Evidence is key in things like this. So if you have like hardcore evidence of this happening, you're golden. So we can't have people like that, man. People like that need to be shown what the fuck is up. Believe me, I'm getting it. Fuck yes. Good on ya. Oh, this is from this layer. Isn't it? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it is. Boop. 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 Thank you for the wellness check. I need to drink some more water. Oh, my brain. Oh, goodness, my brain. Okay. So a new layer. We're going to lock these guys. I might change the outline color for this, but we'll find out. 6, 7, 8. Let's do 6, actually. That's 5. Whoops. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, so I'm just gonna fix this up. Just bring this a little bit more curve. Oh my god, you know what song I want to listen to? It's that one song that's been going around on like K-pop TikTok, I think. Oh, I'll have to find it in a second. K-pop song, I think. Would you open me like a book? BB? Is it BB? BB. Save. Add to queue. I want to listen to that more than this one. We'll find out. We will find out. Oh, I need a... I think this is the song. This is a song. There you go. I need to move the pumpkins on my desk. I love the pumpkins on my desk, but I have like no mouse space. New layer. I don't like that color. Oh, maybe I can do the other thing. I feel like he's not premium enough, chat. Let's do a little eye shines. Darker one. And then this. Let's get this one. A little more orange in it. So I want you guys to feel like you're getting premium ones with this. I wanna dance in the light. I wanna rock your body. Music and rock your body. Scoot. Not that one. This one, make it a little bit more towards red. And then this color, a little bit more towards pink. It's a little too pink. There you go. Alright, and then this guy. Oops. On the rock right now. I think I made that a little bit too red. I wanna dance in the light. I wanna rock your body. There we go. Not that way. This way? Nope. Let's make it a little bit red and go this way with it. A little bit less red. I don't like that either. Hello, Lady Ace. Welcome on in. I see a goober, Bonkel goober. Oh my god, thank you for the bonkies. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. I'm just making the little blind box rewards for this month, because I have forgotten to do that. My day was alright. Understandable. I hope your day can get better, though. Hanging out with us or, you know, just vibing. Vibing's always nice. I wanna go for a ride. Alright, let's do a new layer. If you at all want to vent about your day or anything of the sort, feel free to, by the way. That's kind of why we're here. To make people's day a little bit better. go. Shade it up a little bit more. Let's get that gizzard in here. New layer. Let's get that guy in here. Let's do a little. Boop. Boop. Oh, rock. Oops, not like that. I don't like that either. There you go. I want to make this eye shine a bit bigger. And the darker one. Yeah. It's a little bit too tall. There we go. It's probably because of my, I guess, irregular sleep schedule. Man. Fuck sleep schedules. I feel that's so fucking hard, though. Fucking my sleep schedule has been all over the place. Last week, it was me staying up till 4 a.m., waking up at, like, 1 in the afternoon, which just doesn't work for me. And then there was, like, usually, like, I try to go to bed at, like, 2 p.m., but it just doesn't work sometimes. It just, on God, does not work for me sometimes. I think I did this wrong. Hey, Gigolo. I want to restart this song. It didn't love me. He don't want me. I just use him for his body. Yeah, yeah. Fucking sleep, yeah. Like, I love sleep, but god damn, will it fuck shit up. Alright, let's get this hand turkey in here. Hey, Gigolo. I kind of want the eyes to be handsome. Love me, he don't love me. Just use him for his body, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, Gigolo. Oh, yeah, Gigolo. Yeah, Gigolo. Gigolo. Yeah, let's get this hand turkey in here. I don't know if this is the same color or not, but we'll find out. Also found out today one of my coworkers have never heard of FNAF. It's crazy, you know, the amount of people that actually don't know pop culture stuff, like things like FNAF or like streaming and stuff like that. It's still very high. His body, yeah, yeah. He a gigolo. He a gigolo. And the sweet side of apples are delicious. I might make this darker. Control of yourself. This looks so stupid. I want to try to draw one more. Like a smaller one that's like sitting. It needs like 3 fingers. This one's just, you know, he's just sitting. He's a little guy. He's just sitting. Does that look like a hand sitting? What does a hand sitting even look like? Okay, I'm gonna go make food for me now. Nalu, the cat, will take my place. Don't teach your swear words. Nalu, I must tell you something important. You are a very good cat. That is all. Have a nice day. See, I'm not out here teaching animals bad swear words. Chat, though, might. So maybe make sure she can't read chat. Like, hide chat, maybe. Hi, Boogie. Hello! Guys, this is not as cool as the Halloween ones. Fruit bat, no! Fruit bat, no! No, you can't do this! Is this premium? Done my part of the teaching. Fruit bat, no! When is the Minecraft server back? I don't know yet. So currently the mod pack does run, but it has 567 mods. I am contemplating cutting that down because I think a majority, hold on. Extension, no, data, create. I don't think, the thing is like, if I put it on the server right now, it'll work. But you just have to allocate like 10 gigabytes of RAM, which not everybody has. So I might just take one more week to, what the fuck is it? Insert chart. There you go. This is based off of row B. So right now what's taking up a lot of it is quality of life, food, and furniture. So I think my plan is to take this week to look at all the food mods and decide if any of these food mods are like not really worth it. I think ones I was thinking about was Egg Delight, Ender's Delight, maybe like Gobber's Delight, Nether's Delight, the delights that are very specific towards things that I wouldn't do, because I like making food in games, but I don't think I'd necessarily make these like one-off odd foods. I think ones that are more general, like Festive Delight, Fright's Delight, Crabber's Delight, you know, I think that's fine. Like Barbecue Delight I think is fine, but I think like Aquamare, Aquaculture, and like Ars Nouveau Delight aren't very well. Ars Nouveau might be fine, but Aquaculture, Aquamare, Aether Delight just aren't ones that people would normally touch. And then my biggest dick in the head thing that I have to do that's gonna take me forever to fucking do is go through the furniture mods and see which one actually that have aesthetics that I actually like, because there could be ones in here that I don't actually like the look of, and then that's gonna be its own thing that I'll have to work on. But yeah, the biggest problem, and I'm sorry that Ghost, that like the day you were like, I'm gonna try her mod pack again, it's dead. I'm trying to have something that like we can have for a long time. Like a mod pack that I can forever like compound upon, because yeah, me and Shems were gonna, I'm sorry, I promise this week you guys will be able to play on it. I'm probably gonna sit down today and have a longer stream just so I can get through this, because I don't have plans today. Cause like I think in terms of like optimization category, that's fine, that one's good. I think in terms of quality of life, I might have to look at a little bit. Storage is good, tech is good. World also, Ghost, you and Shems, if there's any mods that you guys like really love to play with, please let me know so that way I can kind of like add them in. I think the world generation one might be fine, but I'll have to look into the duck one, because I really want the duck one, but there's also like I think other things that do ducks. So honestly, I've hit a lot of the good spots with me. Sounds good. Yeah, because I have the main point of this pack: a little bit of magic, little bit of tech, a lot of exploration, farming, and base building. It is. Oh, and a lot of it's also like kind of RPG style. You go out, find bosses. I want to find a dragon egg. Oh, I'm sure you will be able to. We have ice and fire, so yeah. But like the food stuff and the furniture stuff, I kind of just went fucking hog. Just fucking, I don't know how to explain it other than like I just kind of went for it. And like, because like another problem is APIs take up a lot of it, but like it's just what you have to do. But like it says a lot to me that like when thinking back, I think one of the players was x-raying. Dude, that's crazy. I think there is, in the magic mods, there are technically ways to x-ray, technically. But they use resources. They're not like, meh. But whatever. They give me a stack of diamonds and netherite blocks. Listen, with how hard some of the players go sometimes in Minecraft, it's just how it is. But let me see. I want to see how many furniture and food mods I have in total, because this might be my ultimate crux. That didn't do what I wanted it to do. And I think I can uncheck these ones. 145. So that's like a fifth of the mod pack, which is kind of a lot. Hi Star, ran a thing, but you have. Oh my god, I haven't. I'm doing that. I'm doing that tomorrow. That will be tomorrow's stream title. Thank you so much, Fruit. Yeah. When's the server back up? Let me know though. I will. I'll do a big thing about it, but I'll DM you specifically on it. Don't worry. Best title ever. I know. How's your day going, Star? I hope it's going well. But yeah, I think currently that's just how it's looking right now. Doing good. Talked about my final project and worked. Understandable. Was asking because you said earlier you're running out of ones. That I mean, it's very helpful. Thank you. I was running out of them. Okay, there we go. Okay, so food's taking up 145, huh? Well, I'll work on this later. I'm gonna work on this in between stuff. What do you guys think of stuffed turkey? You think he's pretty premium? Here, wait, let me save him out and then we can decide if he's good enough. Cause like with the other ones, with the Halloween ones, I try to make sure that they were like had gradients. Because a lot of the ones we have just don't have gradients. Here we go. So this is like, oh shit, not this one. It's on the punch card. Yeah, see, like, because if you look at him side by side, I feel like he's not as cool. But he's on brand. But he's not as cool. He's not as cool as the Grim Reaper. This has got to be... I call him stuffed. Cute little bean, thank you. I feel bad that he's not as cool. as the Grim Reaper. But maybe that's just how it's gonna have to be. Yeah, Eldorado is the city. I feel bad. He's not as cool. Where is Nilbog? Stream avatars. Not as cool. How dare you? He's plenty cool. Okay. Well, Lady A said they're cool, so I got. That's just how it is now. They are cool enough. All right, cool. And then we replace Mew with Nilbog. Now we got these fellows. I just want to make sure they're all on the same thing. There we go. Just to the end. I'm starting to hate it here. Go ahead and watch me disappear for days. You hard at work making Minecraft? Yeah, I am. It's gonna, so we had our first mod pack, which is called, oh, I don't have it open anymore. That's crazy. Hold on. Curse Forge. Milk Club, I think it was Milk Club Beyond the Barn. Yes, this was the original one that I made, for the server. But now this new one's gonna be called Milk Club Minecraft. So, yeah. So, yeah, that will be our next, because I don't want to remove that one or update that one anymore. Because that one is, like, special in its own way now. And is going to be kind of different to what we have. What the fuck? Info. Oh, here it names. I don't want to feel. I don't want to feel. Don't stop. Get a drink. Throw up in the kitchen sink. 3. I'm feeling like I'm tongue-tied. Air. And these will go up here. I'm all good, babe. I'm fine. There you go. I actually have a PC instead of a laptop this time, so I can actually join the server. Fuck yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so excited because I definitely, like, I was irritated because I really wanted to play for Halloween. Because we have, like, the crawler, the critters and cryptids, and I was gonna, like, boost the cryptid amount to a unholy amount and just play on the server. But I just couldn't get it done in time. So I'm really hoping that I can get it done for Thanksgiving. New hat. Yes, we'll have a new hat. It's gonna be this one. You guys are gonna be able to get this hat. So actually, let me just take this hat. What layer is it on? You guys are getting this turkey hat. Actually, file. Open. Clear recent files. When do we start gambling? In a little bit when I'm done with this. Because I'll be done soon. Or should I say goblin? Goblin. Yeah, we have a bunch of goblins in this pack this time. This one is the gear one. No, fun, animal ears lock, and then we're going to grab, get away. I gotta grab. Told you long ago on the road. This one. And the eyes. And it's these 3. New group. Flatten. Whoops. Flatten. Alright, and then we call this gobble. Okay. And then delete layer, call stuffed turkey. And then let's do a new layer. Because this next one's going to be pumpkin pie. Cute pumpkin pie inspired kids craft. What do kids do to make pumpkin pie? Pumpkin pie costume? Cute pumpkin pie costume? Maybe? That's fucking nerdy. This is fucking nerdy. I like something like this. Like kind of this hashed, like the kind of the crossover of the, like the pie pieces. I want to incorporate that. That would be good. We have to have a dollop of whipped cream. We have to have a dollop of whipped cream. I don't just want to make him a pumpkin because we had the Pumpkin King last in the first box. Make that dollop of whipped cream though. This one. Okay, I'm gonna try my best not to make this look like a little piece of shit. Go on the road. How do you make a dollop of whipped cream not look also like a piece of poop? I think it's this, right? It's kind of like this. It's like this. Maybe we make it a little chubbier. I think I gotta do the full. I think it's too tall though. Yeah. Okay, and then I want this orange color. Let's duplicate. And then make it a little bit darker. Okie dokie. And then how do I make him like a cute pumpkin pie? How do I make it like funny too? I could just be. Is it a cop out, or I guess I wouldn't say cop out, but would it be lazy just to put him in a piece of pie? Like if it was like this, and then do it like this. Like that, and then he could have like his head sticking out. Like this, and then I would like this. I feel like that's like not it. How do I make you into a pumpkin pie? I like this hat. It's like a beret. Pumpkin pie, pumpkin pie, pumpkin pie, pumpkin pie, pumpkin pie. Cute Thanksgiving outfits. You could put crumbs around the mouth to make it look like he ate his way out. Oh, that's a good point. Hold on, let's redo the pie really quick. So, like, if he, like, ate his way out of the pie, I'd probably make it a little curved. Put this in, like, here. About some new soulmate. She's so perfect, blah, blah, blah. Oh, how wish you'd wake up one day. Unto me confess your love, at least just let me say. When I talk to you, Cupid shoots an arrow. I don't know if I want to make it like a round tin of pie, maybe instead. A little. Really should just use the circle tool. I don't know why I don't. I just sometimes I'm lazy. I'm like fucking I'm a goober. I think this needs to be lower. Because then we'd have the bottom of the tin be here. Lying on my bed staring the moon unrecorded. Love is driving me a bit insane. Let's see, let's remove this part. And then let's do a different color just so I can see. An arrow through my heart, and I sound like a loon. You feel it to confess, but you from the start. Best I loved you. And then I'd use like this color just so it's a different color than him. I just woke up from a dream. That's not how pumpkin pies work. Hold on, I gotta look up a pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pie. Yeah, I want to do like the little wavy bits at the end. So I need this color instead then. But then I'll follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow. Let's do it like this. I don't wanna be next to you. I'll hold you just for a while. I feel like this other side looks a lot better than this side, but we are just kind of sketching. Well, it needs to be shorter though, because pies are like not that tall. I like this idea though. Thank you, Fruitbat, for the idea. It's a really good idea. I only have like little crumbs. Little tiny crumbs. And then I'm just gonna make his eyes shiny because I can. Hi, Kiwi. I hope work is going okay. We are making the specialty babies for this year, or for this month, not year. Should I put like pumpkin seeds in them? Pumpkin pie doesn't have pumpkin seeds, though. Wanna be next to you. I'm working an extra hour today since closers called. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kiwi. Sorry that you have to deal with that bullshit. Did you draw a bean gobbler yet? Do you mean the turkey one? Because I did draw the turkey one. This is the turkey one. This is the turkey one. I'll probably think of a different name for him, but right now it's stuffed turkey and pumpkin pie. Cute, thank you. That's the hat. This is the hat you're gonna get if you get the Thanksgiving one. I should put my mouse on the screen. And with a smile. Oh, that one. There we go. But yeah. Oh, I should put no bug on this box as well. I forgot. I forgot to put no bug on this box. Done. It owns lost its fate. Others won't fade. Eventually, so if your time is running out. Come one day, eventually. Oh, mama. Oh, mama, love. Okay, let's merge down and then make them not as bright. I'm surprised you didn't do a cornucopia. You know how hard a cornucopia is? How hard is a cornucopia? I say that and I'm like, well. There's a lot of fall ideas. There is. Cornucopia, I feel like be hard. I don't know how to do a cornucopia or how to integrate it. Like, I could put one on the side, but I don't know how I'd, like, add one in, per se. Oh, my life, I drew ya. Breathing takes my breath away. Away. There's also pumpkin pie is so cute. Thank you. Pile of leaves, honey ham, pumpkin spice latte. Yeah, that's why we gotta, we'll have different. A scarecrow would have been so cute. Oh my god. Well, we'll have a lot for next year then. Oh, this is the wrong color. This color and then this color. It's hard to like color pick, honestly. Next to me, oh mama. I request candy corn for the next Halloween one. You got it. That's fine. One of the babies can dress up as like we can do next year for Halloween. We'll do like all the babies will dress up as all the commons because the commons are dressing up as well from now on. They'll dress up as the different food month. Like next month is what is next month? Next month is Christmas. So one will be like a snowflake, one will be a present, and one will be a Christmas ornament. Grinch bean. The Grinch bean will be a legendary one. Here, let me write that down so I don't forget. What else did you copy? Did you copy something else? Oh, I have like duplicates of these lists. This one, okay. Would the scarecrow Thanksgiving or Halloween? Could be either or. I think scarecrow would be a good Halloween one. Hold on. I gotta copy and paste another one because those are good ideas. Okay. Next. Oh my god. Halloween. We'll do scarecrow. And then the can be candy corn. That's valid. That's how you know you love them. To be fair. Alright, so next month, this will be December. December list. Ghost. Yeah, maybe a ghost. Oh yeah, this is gonna be I'm a snowflake. Flake. Christmas ornament. Present. I can't spell. Okay. And then I don't know what VTubers will do yet. And then the legendaries will have like Santa, and I don't know what else. But I don't have to think about that right now because I'm still trying to do November. Okay. Y'all should have you should have one dressed up as the Times Square New York. Okay, that will be the December one. The last of that will be the other legendary December one is the ball. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna make it look like a fucking disco ball, but we'll figure that out at the end of this month. That was pretty good for the crest. I want to do like one more layer though. Sit on you. And that's what you do, baby. Down there. You think that's too close? Is it because they're both orbs? Well, we can also think about it next month as well, or later this month. It doesn't have to be right now. I'm gonna blur this a little bit. Sit on you. Ooh. Just a little bit, man. Not so much. And nope. Blur it. Blur it. So blur a lot more here. Can some of the must be. That's why I'm adding a little bit of this edging here, so I think it helps it look nicer, but also a little bit more organic to where how you would do a normal pie. Way of life. That I should settle down, but I don't wanna. This looks pretty good. Let me merge it down though. Merge down. Just get a little bit more in there. Elaine, can I get a reference of what your hair looks like out of the what your hair looks like out of the braid closer? What? like out of the, like my hair, like just down. Cause that's just long hair. There's nothing special about it. It's just long. Very messy. Yes? Okay, hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Alright. I'm just gonna, can you just take a picture of it on stream? I'm lazy. Can you just take a picture of it on stream? Oh, my arm. I'm lazy. I don't want to pull out my reference. Can you just take a picture of it? This is technically a secret. So do it quickly. Aha. This is what my hair looks like. Aha, ha, ha, ha. There you go. That's all you get. If it was like, Elaine, no, do it again. No, just rewind. You can rewind in streams now. Just go rewind. The Italian life, I do it my way. I do it all. The Italian dream. There we go. You up? Looks so pretty, thank you. It is not quite done yet. That's why I can't fully have it on. But I'll be fully revealing it when we debut. There you go. Let's duplicate it though, because I want it to be solid. Merge down, merge down. Oops. I think because I was losing my mind. No problem. No problemo. Happy to help. I'm gonna turn this off for a second. Oops. Okay. Let's get the sketch back in here. I want a circle and I want to grab. Oops. Oops. Ooh, you got a new emo. It's a cute emo. It's just a kitty cat. Okay, I want to make this a little bit more. Actually, I could just do it this way, can't I? That doesn't look as nice. I'll bring this in just a little bit. Okay, that's correct. And then ow, 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 Ghosty, why? I'm just trying to make a pumpkin pie and pixel art. Why are you doing this to me? Oh shit. Oh shit, I also did not mean to do that. Please, Asprey, please. What's happening? What's happening? Oh, okay. Ow, 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 ow. Yes, yes, this is Ghosty. Wacky! Go away! Get off of Ghosty's account! Get away! Go away! Wacky, get off of Ghosty's account. This is heresy. Actually, you know what? I should have known that it wasn't Ghost because whenever Ghosty comes in, they do the sound clip. They do the hello. They always do that one. And Ghost and Wacky didn't. I should have known. I'm such a poser. Sorry, Ghost. I'm such a poser.
Hello, Mario.
That's not the right one. That's not right. Oh my god, why is this not? Oh my god, this is so annoying. Is it because I'm not blurring it with that color? Nope. Okay, let's do it a different way then. Wacky pretending to be Ghosty. No. I'm not Ghosty. No, we're talking about Wacky. Oh, if you're talking about the hello, that's fair. But also, I was expecting that. I got caught off guard, okay? No. Why does that look bad? There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Oh. There we go. Ew, Buster. Ghost also wouldn't say that! It's an imposter. I think I need to text Ghost. I feel like I should text Ghost and be like, there's an imposter that's taking your name. Buster ran because biscuits and gravy. Oh, we love biscuits and gravy. Pretty sure Wacky has their phone. But they have a PC. No. Ghost has a PC. I know they have a PC. They have a PC. Wait, but what if it is their phone? They wouldn't erase a text from me. I think. Yeah, I think because, like, I don't think Ghost watches me on their tablet. To the throne, that's left, right, left, right, left, right, go. Now I'm analyzing everything in my life. 2, 4, 6, hey, who do we appreciate? That's baby, no money. He's always up to something. I gotta go to the restroom. Guys, I asked to bonk here. I wouldn't use someone else's tech without doing so. Ghost is safe, but that is what someone would say otherwise too. Oh no, I'm sure that they're safe. I'm just saying that you're stealing the identity of Ghost. That's all. Identity theft isn't a joke. It is for us. Thank you for the save check. I am gonna save. I'm going to the bathroom real quick. I gotta go bathroom. Be right back. I'm back. Ooh, look at all those. Look at all those emotes. Okay, all is well again. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Alright. I put pants on and I open the window again. I have to like extend this though, I realize. Welcome back, thank you. Stop, get it. New layer. I think I should put it in a tin. Like I put the pie in like a tin. 6. Cause like they're normally in a tin. Got an ad on the bonk. I've been bamboozled. Oh no, poor Wacky, no. The short way from you. You leave me. Leave me broken, shattered alive. Hyundai's making a good case though. Very valid. I know I won't be leaving here. I don't know how pie tins look like. I was just guessing. Pie tin. They're just kind of like. I think we should put in like a dish. Like a ceramic dish, actually. Oops. No. Layer. Boop. And then this part, select, invert. This, oops. Select inverse. There you go. And then we will make this like a red maybe. Oh, my braid. Oh, my braid. Maybe like a blue. We'll see. Oh, my braid. Take me out. I want like a Pyrex. Double bonking. Dang, yep. That happens quite often here, actually. The Pyrex, the typical Pyrex was like this red, wasn't it? Wasn't it like a original Pyrex? It had white and red. Yeah, it was like this. These were the colors. Copy image. It was like this white with this red. Oops. Is that the white that I grabbed? Let me grab this one. Oh, okay. We'll just make this 100%. And then we'll take this. And then I'll make, so I have another color, which is this one. And I'll do like little leaf shapes. I'm not doing again, my upstairs. Do this one more time. Nope, don't like that. Nope. Oh my god. I feel like I have to make a heart. Not one that looks like that though. Oh my god. There we go. This time, baby, I'll be. Oh my god, okay, maybe not. We made it bigger though. Oh my god, give. I feel like it's getting there. And I'm also clicking the wrong button. Okay, cool. I feel like this is all good. Right, but I think it needs another layer of this like pumpkin bumpy dum bump like behind it. Okay, I don't really need that notification. It's in the red. My head. And then if I went to grab duplicate, bring this down with height negative. And then select inverse, shift N, this guy. Let's do a little bit bigger. And then we're going to blur it. It's on the wall like they're talking to me. On the call, don't even ring. Figure the shit out. Too close for comfort. Up inside you and consume you. Of the mind, it can control you. A monster. There we go. And then we want to do the same thing over here. Well, kind of. Let's turn this off. And then we just want to blur it up a little bit so that way it matches. And I go here. Take this. We do this again. Make the brush go like this. And we don't blur it again. Release me from this curse I'm in. I think that's pretty good. Nice. Boop. And I just need to make the little dollop. 6. Oops. Let's just use this color so I can see. I can barely breathe. And all I wanna do is to fall in deep. Staying close enough, across the line. Okay to play. Oh my god, what happened? Temperatures rising, here's this one. Redo. I am confusion. Oh, this is a sketch, that's why. Shift N. Okay, wait. Oh, whoa, I can make it bigger? Whoa, I didn't know that. Temperatures rising in here, is this? Waiting for you to... Okay. And then these three. Move. Oh, it's because it's locked. I'm a goober. There you go. Conversation and a little more touch my body, 'cause I'm so into you, into you. Tell me what you before. I can't take no more. Let's do. There we go. There we go. Unlock. There you go. And you can even see behind him. And then we're gonna bring this down. How big are the beans? Very small. They're just little guys. Understandably, he probably looks very large in the scheme of this because, Pumpkin Python? Could make him smaller. Or I should make him smaller. Alright, hold on. Oh, let's merge down, Tiny pie. Because we can make him this small, but then it's like kind of hard to see, so that's why he's kind of big. Nom 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 nom. I want to give him some fall leaves though. New layer. I don't know how to draw leaves upside down. Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller. Oh my god, I can't. My brain is dead. It's not dead, it's just, this is hard. I don't know how to draw leaves upside down. I don't know what else to add. I feel like I need to add one more thing to them. I like tiny pumpkins. Maybe like a singular leaf over here. Shift N, Control V. It's a weird native. Merge down. Let's see, look at fall colors. I like this color. And that color is fine. Let's do this color. I'm gonna darken it and give it, nope. I want my life into a new layer, the green. So dancing in the dark. I'm imagining, like, so you have ever seen those videos where people make miniature voodoo in any sense? I imagine, yeah, exactly. You are correct. That is the perfect size comparison, in my opinion. Give me reasons we should be complete. You should be with him, I can't compete. Oh my god, I can't. Can't you see? I don't wanna slow dance. Oops. Hang on. And then let's do a little bit bigger. 5. That's not light enough. What else is fall? We could do like a little acorn. Give me reasons we should be complete. You should be with him, I can't agree. What else? See, I don't wanna slow dance. Oops, there we go. Oops. I feel like I shouldn't have made this pure white. Oops. A little bit lighter. There we go. I don't like it when things are like pure white unless they're like a main outline. I think that's pretty good. Oh, this is pumpkin pie. I'm gonna show this to pixels. You find me in the real world. That doesn't belong in here. Okay, now we gotta think of some punny names for them, I think. Gob. Turkey. Or for goblin turkey. Gobble, gobble, gobble turkey. Camblin for goblin. Mr. Gobble. Mr. Gobble. Pumpkin. I don't know what to call them. Cause like it's like cause the other one were like Grim Reaper and the Headless Horseman, and then this one's Mr. Gobble and I want like the names. Pumpkin turkey. I'm trying to think. Oh, what? Gordelia, Mr. Gobble are the rare ones, I think. I think I like that idea. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Honestly, all I can think about when I think of pumpkin is Charlie Brown, so I'm no help. Interesting. Right, I think maybe. Ooh, La Mode. La Mode. La Mode. La Mode. Cordelia La Mode. Mr. Gobble. I might. I don't know if I like the Cordelia La Mode feels long. Maybe just Cordelia. Kiwi said La Mode. But I think Cordelia is cute. Cordelia Mode. Cordelia Mode. Cordelia Mode. Gordilla Mode. Gordilla Mode. Gordilla Mode. Gordilla Mode. Ala Mode. Gordilla Mode. Wait, Gordla Mode. Gordla Mode. I think I like Gordla Mode. I changed this a little bit to the think full. There we go. And now we have Gordila Mode. It's like I want to do the little accent because like a la mode is spelled I think a la mode. So I think this one's good. Export PNG. Export. Set to card. Save. Okay. And then. Yes, this is correct. Design. Design. Box design. Back. Set 1. That should be capital. So set 2. Save. So let me make sure that those are all correct. So 2 card and then. Oops. Oh. Oh, hollow document. This one, yep. So you can say hello for that. Hello, Prinsu! I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for stopping by. Mwah! Okay, this set 1 can go in here. LT. Fucked up by not saving the So Young one, but I will fix that right now. I closed aspirate. Fuck, damn it. Open. I have multiple folders open. Okie dokie. I think I need to refresh this. File open. Stream avatars. Hot dog! Look how cute I stream. Hello, are you looking in the mirror? How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. File. Oh, I forgot to put this all in one layer. I mean, hello, how is everyone tonight? Pretty good. How are you doing? Gourd mode. File, save. New group. This is set 2. And then where is Moira as I set 2 set 1? Where is the Asprey that I had? What is it today? 11:03. This one? Oh, there we go. Common. Oh, okay, hold on. Don't save. Okay, Jamaica, I made a dad joke recently. Fuck yeah, we love dad jokes. What's the dad joke? Hidden. Title. That's fine. Set 1 common. On a bar without you. Only because I can't cut you off my mind. So young. The devil, then I will sell you my soul. Yeah, we need to put this in here. Save, internet off, save. This needs to go. Worker. And these. New group. Set burger. My supervisor was listening to the radio and they started talking about goat yoga. Said it was kind of ridiculous how popular it's gotten. I said, instructor, how's my posture? Bad? I think that's completely fair. I like that. That was good though. New group. Burger. And the extra whiskers and circle face save. Let me open the BLT base. Oops. So the face cut out. This is fries. Put this down here. Hidden set 1, set 2, save. Lock, except for set 2, okay. Circle face, this one stays there. Save, close, save, close, save, close. Common BLT. Oop, blot. And then we'll call this common Moira. Common so young. Actually, blind box. Right, I call them legendaries, I think. I closed affinity, fuck. Box design. Okay, I call them common, rare, and legendaries. Okay. Box legendary. V underscore C common BLT. BLT, right? That makes sense. Yeah, CRL. Okay. Blind box legendary. I think I'd rather do this blind box. BLT. Blind box. C Moira. Blind box. C Soyoung. So wait, there. Base. Base. Standard blind. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what I want to call that. If I want to call that anything, let's call these icons. And then we'll call these the designer files. Because the new ones are called .afs. Save as, save, close. And then this one, and now we have the .af and .af, and this one is a designer file. Cool. I want to do that really quick. My schedule post as well. Have the designer files. We have the AF now. What is this? What is this? I don't know what this is for. An extra resources. I don't know why that's in here, but okay. MCTS. Okay. Exports. I think I'm gonna put this somewhere else. Okay, overlay, Discord stuff. Assets model, backups, export profile. Backups, art credits, brands, channel points, icons. Oh, that's where I put that folder. Logo, lore, merch, Minecraft, my font, my pack. I might move Minecraft to here. Okay, cool. Move this up. Confidence, baby. Yeah. Overlay, effects of melee active, references. Okay, I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, cool. No! The cuff. Found the cover for my headset. I was like, I'm missing the cover for my headset. I don't know where it is, but I found it. Highlight. Download. 28th. Okay, also I think I have everything set up, so let me just make sure. So go to stream elements. Download. Maincoow dashboard. I also need to change the channel point settings. Edit. Enter max per user 3. Save. Oh wait, no. Duplicate. Twitch maincoow submit. Edit. I wish I could make folders. Blind box set to settings. Upload. Oh, I should drag and drop then because that'll be easier. Spawn machine, blind box, set to. So young. Oop. Submit. Reward 2, change image. Oh, with the Moira. Upload. Submit. Change image. Upload. BLT. Upload. Submit. Change image. Upload. Nilbog. Submit. Nilbog. Change image. Upload, submit. This is Gob. And then upload. It's a little bit out of order, but that's okay. Actually, no, it's not. Set. No bog. Change image to Gob. This is Gob. Change image. Rat cousin. 7. Change image. Submit. This is Gord. Gord Lamode. And 8. Change image. And then Mr. Gobble. Mr. Gobble. Save. Yeah, so if I went... Okay, and then does it have to be a different widget? Let me turn it on. And then will it still say the same thing? Oh, think I have to. Settings. You can time me down, you can time me up. Set channel point. This. Eyes in, okay, only guys. Edit. How do I test it? I forgot how to test it. No, in my life. Let me just dev tools. Oh, you know why it's doing the wrong one? Because I need a copy link. I thought I could test it. Oh. Ooped. I'm a little ooped. Give me a second. Alerts. Blind box. Okay. Set 2. I'll have to do the thing again. Tools, blind box. Sign in with stream elements. Authorize. Do I need a new one? Bot message add token. Be this one. Now let me try it. Why are you doing that? Now we use the token to stream elements. Oh, I do need to reset this one. Yes. Save. No, save. Okay, now if I do BB set 2. Okay, cool. Why did I do it twice though? Just one more time. Okay, it's because I had it open twice, I think. Edit and then test. I just want to do a quick test animation. Cool. I think I'm a little bit bigger again though. Yeah. I'm gonna check something though. Group. Alerts. Copy. OBS. Paste reference. Just duplicate. If you paste a reference, this reuses the original source. So if you change something in the original source, paste as duplicate. It's duplicate. Yes. Alerts. Chill. Cool. That's one way I can say. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's all good now. The next thing I want to do is VTubing assets. Boop, 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 boop. Don't, okay. New folder. Designer files. Save as, save. File, save as. Save as. Boop. Good, you'll get off the sofa. Designer. Save as. Refresh. Designer. Cool. Now I think we should have a turkey hat in here. We do. Now we're gonna open BLT hats. Turkey hat. There's my boy. There you go. I gotta make the outline of all these dark, though. This one is a lot in, so this just needs to be. I'm above you. Your look. Export PNG. I'll call this Teletubby. Yep. And now if I reload BLT, there you go. There's a little turkey hat. Perfect. No. Okay. What else do we have to do today? There's a bunch of stuff we have to do today that I am just forgetting, like scripting. Boop, 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 boop. Highlight, rattle bones. Bond. Boom, 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 boom. And now I'm in her room. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, Oh no, that's that one. So are we able to gamble now? Yes. It is now all good to go, or at least should be. Beef because I'm stroganoff. This one. Hey, you got gob. Oh, that was a little small, wasn't it? I want it bigger. Especially when we're on this scene, because it doesn't matter as much. There. Save. Calls me B because just call me Q because I'm man. Now I'm in her room, boom, 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 boom. And then this guy. Hello, Rainer. Happy Monday. Hope you're doing well. Cancel. We'll go back to highlights. Thank you for the head pats. It's downloading the 29th, if I'm correct. Yes. Damn! Everybody getting gob today. Fuck yeah. We love gob. We love gob in this household. Okay. Suit and tie, he's nice, he liked. Oh, add 100 more. Remove. This is the 5th, 6th, 7th, 10th. Okay. Made a little oopsie. Because I'm a little ooped. That's an easy fix. Boop. There you go. Oops. Did it again. God damn it. Hey, little milk fry! He looks actually look quite good. I'm actually quite proud of them. I think I did a pretty damn good job, chat. Hang on. So cute. I'm glad you think so. Okay, cool. That one's being downloaded. Is one ever gonna upload? Let me re-upload that one. VODs 2025. That was the 24th, I think. Yes. Okay, cool. Stream, Twitch, thumbnail, oops. Thumbnails, art. 24th. No. Every day therapist, mother made me than a virgin. Searching the appendage to avenge him so that he never loses a finger. And I fucked it up. The one that's still uploading. Damn, 3 out of 8 already. Nice. Nice. Okay, I think that's good because it's got... Oh my god, I forgot the... Spending all my points. Understandable. videos. I just want to reorder them. Alright, sorted in YouTube save. How do I resort them? Course videos. From the brainstorm videos idea daily for. How do I? How to sort YouTube video in playlist. Click, select one of your, click and hold near the shirt. Okay. I'm clicking holding. What? Select hold near the short videos. What? I don't have one of those thingies though. Reload. Something tells me this is not true. Okay, so how do I gotta go? No, I can't gamble no more. It's okay. You can gamble more tomorrow. It is okay. You can gamble more tomorrow. Edit. Okay, here we go. 720. Is it 'cause content? Magic, baby. Sparks fly crazy. Every time we. Okay, yes, I know. So I'm just gonna make sure that this is the case. 17th. Yeah, 20. Oh, the 21st is blocked. Okay. See details. There you go. Take action. Trim out segment. Continue. Save and continue. Yep. Confirm changes. Wow. Okay. I got it. Fixed it. All right. Now we can go back to what we were doing. Okie dokie. We got the magic, baby. Goth Gamer Goblin. Which is a number that I don't know yet. 34. Did you know? I don't know what the did you know one is. The roll for fun? We don't have a roll for fun game. Fuck. Any games like oh, we could do Hellmart. Hellmart was cool. Did the Outer Wilds 2 just get released? Is that why I saw that? Hold on. It's more released. Oh no, it's on the 29th. Damn. This game was cool. Anywho. Episode, this is 44. 44. 5, okay. 33, 52. Hellmart. Then 45. Week of November 2nd. November 2nd. I'm just gonna shorten those because I can. Just making sure everything's all good here. TNS, TNS. What? Oh, this is 44. I've made an oopsie. Doop, doop, doop. There you go. Right, because we didn't... Once in your life. Okay. 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 My brain is slowly coming back together. Okay. What's a fun fact I want to do? Do we have anything in the content list? Importance of electrolytes. I want to do a more winter one. Hot versus cold showers. I think that's a good one. Because there's a place for both. Or I guess hot shower in winter. Hot showers in winter. Oh my god. Oh gosh. Okay, sorry. I had to pop my bones. Okay. Oh, I know too. We can't even talk. I want to start with this one actually. Hot shower and winter benefits. Healthline? Is Healthline a good one? NDTV, what is this one? This looks like a TV article. The National Institute for Fitness and Sports. Okay, maybe not. Okay, are hot showers good for you during the winter? Hot showers can damage your hair. Why avoiding hot water in winter benefits? There's no like medical like listing. Okay, maybe that's not a good one. I don't know what would be a good fun fact. Let's look up a random fun fact generator. I could talk about Napoleon and how he's not actually short. Sure. Isn't short. Is that how you spell his name? Napoli. That's not how you spell his name. Napoleon. Now his name is lost in my brain. I don't know how to say his name. Napoleon. Okay, there we go. Napoleon wasn't short. History.com and was Napoleon short? Okay. Oh god, this is a whole ass thing. Okay. At the beginning of the 19th century, King Charles IV, King of Spain. I think yes, 4. I think. Yeah, I think so. No, it's not. That is the 6th? 7th. I don't know. Charles something, King of Spain, commissioned the Prometian artist Jacques Louis David to commemorate Napoleon's successful. Portrays the general sitting astride a rearing stallion on his hair and a cape billow theatrically in the wind. Napoleon saw this dashing portrait. He was flattered and commissioned David to paint 3 more just like it. Napoleon was no stranger to propaganda. He knew the importance of shaping, if not magnifying, his reputation, and among his efforts were censoring the French press when he was emperor and dictating his life story during his exile. Yet there was one particularly pesky aspect of his legacy that Napoleon could not control. Word that he was short. The rumor was rampant during his lifetime and persisted centuries after his death. In the 21st century, people may not be able to say exactly why Napoleon was so important, but they can usually say that he was short. Alas, the one thing everyone remembers about Napoleon probably isn't true. Napoleon was called Le Petit Corporal, but the nickname translates to Little Corporal. Was not meant as a reflection of his stature, it was intended as a term of affection by its soldiers. Indeed, many contemporary French paintings, include David's equestrian portrait, suggest that the general was not short but of average stature. In that painting, he is at least seen to be in proportion to his horse, but there are no other human figures nearby to which the viewer can refer. David's other portraits of Napoleon don't offer much by the way of comparison either. Oh, okay. Actually, one of the victims, Napoleon defies the men around him. One of David's students, however, offers a group figures on the same plane in which to compare the General Napoleon Bonaparte by Napoleon. Napoleon represents an episode of his Egyptian campaign in which he visited a plague-stricken troop in the makeshift hospital. By touching one of the victims, Napoleon defies the men around him who hold handkerchiefs to their faces. He appears not only heroic but also average. All the men standing near him seem to be about the same height. The English, however, were not so generous. Their artists depicted Napoleon as diminutive. Around 1803, the celebrated cartoonist James Gillray introduced the character of Little Boney, who resembled the childish Napoleon. At first, Gillray seemingly emphasized braggishness and manic ravings over a little Napoleon is shown in the midst of a tantrum, flipping furniture, wailing about the British nation in the London newspaper, and shouting, "Oh, oh, oh, revenge, revenge." Gillray then played up juvenility through smallness, wherein Napoleon was represented wearing huge boots as one such was trying to walk through the... Soon Napoleon was depicted as being short. In The Empress Wish or Boney Puzzled, another cartoonist, Isaac Creekshank, depicted a peevish Napoleon about half of the height of his wife and troops. A wee Bonaparte thus became the standard for representing the emperor in English newspaper. It was hard to say if and why the British invented the short Napoleon trope. There's some truth in Shakespeare. Napoleon was significantly shorter than his troops. Several sources note that his elite guards were taller than most Frenchmen, and thus Napoleon had the appearance of being shorter than he really was. Yet the approximation of Napoleon's death certificate estimated that his height was, when he died, was between 5'2" and 5'7". That's kind of a big discrepancy, though. The discrepancy is often explained by the disparity between the 19th century French inch, which was 2.1 centimeters, and the current inch measurement, which is 2.54 centimeters. Sources consequently estimated that Napoleon was probably 5'6" or 5'7", rather than 5'2", although the range may seem short by the... Okay, that was actually a lot of information. I don't know if I have to read the history one about it. Open like a new tab. Open like a two tab. Oh no. It's beginning. It's beginning. I'm sorry. Okay, so I should look this up. Wait, what the fuck? The majestic consecration of the emperor and the Napoleon coronation, and the stepped platform from which Napoleon and his wife challenges any comparison of other high figures. And the soldier standing alone at a desk. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's this one? Where is he in this image, though? Is he the one sitting? I feel like that's a hard one to say. Let's do... Save as. Oh, okay. Oh my god, okay. Napoleon Bonaparte is 6. Search. Where is he? Oh, it's this one. He's here. He's touching the sick man and everyone around him. Like, okie dokie. Yeah, in short, Napoleon was a king, right? He was a king, right? He was a king. Was Napoleon a king? He was king of Italy from 1805 to 1814. Protector of the Confederation of Rhine from 1806 to 1813, and mediator. Napoleon could not pretend to succeed Louis and called the monarchy in law. Since the revolution, he had called the last side. So Napoleon chose the dignity of emperor at the time, frightened by the no one in there. That's not what he was famous for, though. What was he famous for? What was Napoleon known for?
Mom, do you love me more than Dad? You should love me more.
My love for you and my love for him is very different, my dear. Because love takes all shapes and forms. Early life education. What was Napoleon the First? What was he famous for? I just want to, like... Okay, War College. What did he do that is still studied today? Napoleon was fantastic at assessing his situation, assessing the enemy, coming up with devices, plans, and then acting very quickly. I can't emphasize enough. Napoleon thought fast and acted fast, and his opponents usually couldn't keep up. Even Napoleon himself didn't make any bones out of this. He didn't invent the corps system. He didn't invent the maneuver in the rear. He didn't invent French army abilities to march. Always to take all these things and use them in concert to better than anyone in the area. Napoleon was also very good at tactic breaking. A textbook example is French 1809 campaign against the Habsburg. This was the campaign where Napoleon was busy restoring the French position in Spain. The Austrians took advantage of Napoleon being preoccupied instead and declared war on France. With Napoleon out of the picture, the French army was mostly mishandled by Berthier. Napoleon raced across France and arrived in theater to salvage the situation, and his presence was noticed immediately. Orders came out fast, decisively, and they made sense. It is said that many French soldiers could tell Napoleon had arrived before there was even an announcement. The high command orders went from tentative and confused to decisive, and even the common foot soldier in the field noticed immediately. The French went on to fight a difficult campaign, but one in which was utterly crushed Austria. He also didn't paint like the paintings Ingress made of him. Which ones was those ones? Because, like, it seems like the ones that really depicted him as, like, short were the caricatures made by, cartoonists. Kiwi's home. Welcome home. Welcome home. Images. Interesting. Why did cartoonists do this? The English. Okay. Why did the English not like Napoleon? Are the new beans ready? They are ready. There are lots of reasons to hate Napoleon if you were British or monarchy. You touched on two good ones, but these are points of tension between France and Britain in general. Also, and they pointed out all European monarchies were threatened by the French Revolution. Oh, they just, yeah, British people just don't like French people. So Napoleon was French? I didn't know this. All right, I'll be right back. I go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Okay. So something catchy. Something. Ingris's painting was Napoleon on his throne, and it was him depicted almost as godlike, which he hated since that sort of image, conceitedness, is what eventually led to the demise of previous kings. He wanted to see more down to earth. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense because, like, in this painting, he's touching a sick man, and he's, like, connecting to a sick man when everyone else is like, ew, dude, what the fuck? And he's like, no, they are people like us. Okay. Do you want to play a little bit, Moira? I think my cat wants to play. Ooh. Ooh. Good job. Good job. Oh, 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 oh. Good job. My girly pop. Oh, you want to go again? Good job. Trying to see if she'll catch it this way. I'm like hiding it from her. Good job. Good job, Momo. Wanna go again? Good job. Okay. I'm gonna take a little break, okay? I don't want you to super tire yourself out. Yeah. Okay, Napoleon isn't short. Did you know your biggest ops Did you know that your biggest ops might be the reason short? I don't know how to make that more like grabby. You're dead. Did you know that your biggest ops will lie about you even after you're dead? I think that's not bad. It'll piss me off until that fixes it. Okay. That your biggest ops will lie about you even after you're dead. It's like Napoleon Bonaparte. Oh wait, no. Nope. Right at this moment, they might be doing you dirty. Just like Napoleon Bonaparte. Like, did you... Like, he's not even that short. I want to save this image. Let me make the did you know thing for this. This is number 23. Your first day. I hope your first day of. Save. I want a good size of this image. This one's good. This one's good too. And then this one. And we'll close this. Okay, back to writing. Did you know that your biggest ops will lie about you even after you're dead? Yup, that's right. They might be doing you dirty. That's Yup, right at this moment, they might even be doing you dirty just like Napoleon Bonaparte. What do I mean by that? Well, no. Wasn't even that short. History. Historical research shows that he was probably around 5'7". There's a piece of rice on my keyboard. I don't know where it came from, and I want it off because it's bugging me. Okay. Yep. Right at this moment, they might. Yep. They might. Yep. They might be doing you dirty, just like what I mean by that. Napoleon wasn't even that short. Historical research shows that he was probably 5'7". Fact. Hi, Echo. Welcome on in. Blah 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 blah. And at his paintings that depicted Poland. The what was it? 1800s? 1800s? Yeah, in the 1800s. Looking at paintings that depicted Napoleon back in the 1800s. Early. As small as those as of today. Looking at paintings that depicted Napoleon back in the 1800s showed that he wasn't really as small as many may believe today. I don't like this sentence, but I'll come back and I'll fix it. Dropping in to say hi. If you're still streaming later, then I'll probably be back. Probably will be. But thank you for dropping in and saying hi, Echo. I hope you're having a lovely day. And then I gotta have a joke. Did Napoleon ever comment on the British calling him short? And there's at least one example making fun of his normal but not impressive height. It is an account of a campaign in Egypt and Syria. He's just, the second. So he didn't. He never really got mad about it. He was just like, okay, whatever. It seems. If you're dead. Histories. Greatest tacticians. A misconception. Bessie, I don't know if I should stream or not tonight. Do you feel like you want to stream? If you pretend that you're streaming, like if you like put yourself in the mindset that like, oh, if you were to stream, like example, like right now, does that sound like a fun idea? That's how I decide if I'm okay or not. Yeah, then do it. Then do it. I say do it then. One of history's greatest technicians. Much against him, but didn't let it get to his head. But I want to hang out here. Well, there'll be a lull. There'll be a lull. There'll be a lull. I mean, I'm just writing stuff. So if there's stuff that you want to stream, like me just writing stuff isn't going to be that crazy. So if you want to stream, because it takes me at least like 3 hours to write my scripts most times. Because I have to do research and stuff. So it's like, if you want to do a 3-hour stream while I'm writing this, you can come back. You probably won't miss anything. One of history's greatest technicians had so much against him, but clearly he didn't let it get to his head. And I think that's a piece. I don't know how to write. These words are hard. They might be doing you dirty just like Napoleon Bonaparte. What I mean by that? Well, Napoleon wasn't even that short. Was taller than you might think. Historical research shows that he was probably around 5'7", which can also be proven by a lot of paintings that were done of him in the 1800s compared to his horse and fellow man in these works of art. That his stature is quite normal, not as stumpy as I once thought. Yeah, may portray. Quite normal. Average. It wasn't until in there, not so generous, little bony at first degree. It wasn't until British cartoonists made fun of the great tactician by drawing him in a childish image. And let's see, they describe it quite well in this. The painting is but there is no such figures, just a platform. Oh, it's down here. Which was emphasize the brattiness. Him in a juvenile and bratty perspective. Search. Do I have that one right? Perspective. It wasn't until British cartoonists made fun of the great tactician by drawing him in a juvenile and bratty perspective. In a drawing known as The Emperor's Wish or Bony Puzzled. What was it by? Isaac Cruikshank. Hello, Lude. By Isaac Cruikshank. It wasn't until British cartoonists made fun of the great tactician by drawing him in a juvenile and bratty perspective. In a drawing known as The Emperor's Wish or Bony or Bonnie Puzzled by Isaac Cruikshank. See this. Even you can see this clearly as he's half the size of his wife and men around him. How are you doing? I'm well. How are you? Well, he was known to be shorter than the French soldiers he recruited. He wasn't a short stack, that's for sure. He sure wasn't a short stack. He sure. Stack that. The cartoons. That's good. Have you had a good? I have. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good day today. He definitely wasn't the short stack that cartoons had portrayed him as. So why am I blabbering? Well. I don't know how to word this. So why am I blabbering on about this? Well, to you that while the biggest haters, some may lies about you or get in your head, best thing you can do is block out them haters. I don't know if I like that. Okay, so did you know that your biggest ops will lie about you even after you're dead? They might be doing you dirty just like Napoleon Bonaparte. What do I mean by that? Well, Napoleon was taller than you might think. Historical research... I want to have Pixels listen to this. Can you listen to this script I made? It to be funny but historical. Excuse me. Okay. That your biggest ops will lie about you even after you're dead. They might be doing you dirty just like Napoleon Bonaparte. What do I mean by that? Well, Napoleon was taller than you might think. Historical research shows that he was probably around 5'7", which can also be proven by a lot of the paintings that were done of him in the 1800s. Compared to his horse and fellow man in these works of art, you can see that his stature is quite average. It wasn't until British cartoonists made fun of the great tactician by drawing him in a juvenile and bratty perspective. In a drawing known as The Emperor's Wish or Bonnie Puzzled by Isaac Cruikshank, you can see this even more clearly as he is half the size of his wife and men around him. While he was known to be shorter than the French soldiers he recruited, he definitely wasn't the short stack that the cartoons had portrayed him as. So why am I blabbering on about this? Well, to prove to you that while your biggest... Were you listening to the before?
I was listening to the whole thing.
Okay. Okay.
I thought I misheard something, so I just...
Wait, what would you think you misheard? Because you might not have misheard, and I might actually have been bad.
I didn't like this last sentence. I just didn't hear correctly.
Oh, yeah. Compared to his horse and fellow man in these works of art, you can see that his stature is quite average.
I definitely heard, like, you kind of slurred horse a little bit more. Compared to his whores and...
Oh, I mean, he might have. So the end is, so why am I blabbering on about all this? Well, to prove to you that while your biggest ops may try to make blatant lies about you and get into your head, the best thing you can do is block out them haters. And then I was going to put out that meme where the kids with the spoons is like, blocking out the haters. Because I wanted to be historical, but also funny. So I haven't done like a kind of actual I feel like my other ones are a bit more memey. Or not as serious.
It's getting a little wordy. So I was like, is like
Oh, like here?
quite average or something like that.
But it's just wait, what?
Because just because you're kind of talking about like, oh, he's not actually short, and then you'd be like, oh, he's actually average. That's all I was thinking.
Compared to his horse and helm, and in these works of art, you can see that his stature is average. Instead is average.
Well, I was just saying like adding a word of like, in fact is actually, or like is actually average or something like that. Like, cause. Yeah, or quite average. Maybe that works better than. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because, like, doing is, in fact, quite average would make it even wordier, I think.
Yeah.
It wasn't until the British cartoonist made fun of the great tacticians by drawing him in a juvenile and burning perspective, in a drawing known as The Empress's Wish or Bony Puzzles by Isaac Cruikshank. You can see that. You can see. What? Oh! You can see this. I don't like this sentence.
Yeah, I agree.
This one's a little weird. In a drawing known as The Empress Wish or Bony Puzzled by Isaac Cruikshank, you can see this emphasis can also be noted in in a piece known as where Welcome in. How was Pokemon Emerald? I saw you were playing side by side with Zodi. He is where he's. I hope you had a good time. Welcome on in. Let me just give me 2 seconds. I was writing a sentence. Hello. Welcome on in. I hope you had a fun stream. Thank you so much for the raid. If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important here to us, but otherwise I hope you have fun nonetheless hanging out here with us. I murdered Zodi. Fair game. I'm currently just scripting up TikToks for this week. You know, trying to make sure that English is real. But yeah, so don't mind me as I'm like reading stuff, but I hope you had fun. I hope you had some cool Pokemon catches. I don't know if you were looking for any shinies, but if you did, I hope you caught some. Wasn't until the British cartoonist made fun of the great tactician. I don't like the word great. Synonym. An extent is very large and imposing ability to quantity items above the normal or average. Okay, let's do legendary instead. Synonym. The acclaimed. I like the acclaimed. Acclaimed. It wasn't until British cartoonists made fun of the acclaimed tacticians by drawing him in a juvenile and bratty perspective. This emphasis can be noted. This emphasis can be noted in a piece known as The Empress's Wish or Bony Puzzled by Isaac Cruikshank, where he's half the size of his wife and men around him. While he was known to be shorter than his French soldier he recruited, he definitely wasn't the short stack that the cartoons portrayed him as. Yes! Okay. I think I did good. Napoleon Bonaparte. Documentary. I'm just gonna grab a documentary from Google. I like these, like the little imageries where they're like doing the renditions of like him. where they're doing like reenactments, I guess you could say. BBC Select Napoleon TV miniseries. What is this? So it's actually a thing, or is this gonna be a thing? It said it was a thing. Oh, let me see. The Horizon. Let's go to YouTube. What else do I need for this? Oh, blocking out the haters. Blocking out the haters. I need this video. Blocking out the haters. Alright, what else do I want? I don't know this song. I like this song though. Okay. Now, one of your biggest ops will lie about you even after you're dead. They might be doing you dirty just like Napoleon Bonaparte. Okay, I have to have like a few things with this. This one being the first one. I'm so happy when my brain decides to function starting with Did You Know? Because Did You Know is, I would say, the most video essay-esque video that I do where I'm actually kind of, well, V-stars and V-highlight are the same, but they're more, they're not as serious in my opinion. Cause like, I'm just talking about something I like, something I enjoy, something I appreciate. Whereas Did You Know, I actually kind of want to be somewhat factual with it, where I'm like, yeah, I'm throwing in a meme here and there, but I also want to sound like I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because otherwise I just sound like a goober. Yeah, mama sounds like a goober. Alright, and then we'll grab, so this will have multiple sections within it, so I'm gonna move that here. I'm gonna close this group just for now, because we'll probably end stream with me messing with Minecraft stuff, because I feel like that's a good ass treat. That your biggest ops will lie about you. People laughing. Videos. At you. I want like hater maybe instead. Mean. Okay, I think the laughing at you, people laughing at you is better. I want these old people in bed. I don't know why, but it gets me. The old lady's like, Wait. No, not that one. This one's not bad. Especially when she starts pointing. They might even do you dirty like Napoleon Bonaparte. And then historical. No, not that. Hopefully no one notices that it says Charlie Chaplin in the background. Ugh. What do I mean by that? Well, Napoleon was taller than you might think. Historical research shows that around... I want to do, like, research. Ooh, this one's cool. It's, like, page flipping. Actually, no, I like that one. Let's add that one, too. Historical research might show that, which was proven. Predator's average horse, yeah. And then we have these images. 1, 2, 3 images. Predator's horse and fellow man. It wasn't until British cartoonists made fun of the acclaimed tacticians by drawing him in a juvenile sense. British drawing. Yeah, sure. When were light bulbs invented? I'm just curious. When were light bulbs? 18... Oh, so it was like after Bonaparte did his stuff was when light bulbs were invented. Okay, so it's valid. Okay. The emphasis was based on this by Isaac. I don't think I downloaded that picture. Whoops. Look at all those emotes. They're so cute. They're so cute. I saw Kiwi had like 2 of those. Let me see this image. My allow cookies, I guess. Save. Okay, cool. And then I don't know how I'm getting them. Maybe because you're on Twitch after Halloween, maybe? Or maybe because you were on Twitch on Halloween? Mm. They don't stream together X amount of times. Maybe that means being in chat as well. Like being in someone's chat counts. That's a PNG. It is cool. I will probably have to get a squash and stretch sound and like boing them out. Is this why? So why am I blabbering on about this? Because you want to block out the haters. I think this is good. But I want like a Napoleon reenactment. I don't know what Napoleonic means. Oh, this is like the Battle of... Okay, well, no, I just want someone reenacting as Napoleon Bonaparte, actually. I don't think I really need the wars. I just kind of want someone reenact... Okay, we'll do a Napoleon documentary. Let's see. Save. Any of these have like reenactments of him though? This one had like reenactments, but they were like, yeah, no, it's fine then. We'll use this one and use this one. Boop. Why are we like doing homework? Because that's how it is to make videos. It's what it's like to make videos for any platform. You gotta do your research. I guess unless you just want to like pull it out of your ass and then make a big old disclaimer that you may or may not know what you're talking about. Video or documentary from yeah. And then I need another image, Canva. Open Affinity. That's how it is for a lot of my videos. I do a lot of research so that way I'm not a fucking Neapolitan. So I'm not just lying. Did I... Neapolitan? Is it Neapolitan? What the fuck is his name? It's Neapolitan. Yeah, I said I wrote it right. What the fuck? Okay, you know what? Actually, I don't need to do it like this. Is your mine? Napoleon? I don't know. Napoleon? Yeah, it's Napoleon? Right? Nope, I'm wrong. Wow, okay. Fuck. I spelled this name wrong for this entire script. No. Oh, fuck. Napoleon. Oh, it is. It does sound the way it's spelled. No. Okay. Well, it's fine now. It's fine now. Clearly, it's good. It's good now. It's okay. I never said I was smart. Okay, that's all I am saying is I never said I was smart. Oh boy. I might call these resources instead. Resources. 100 episodes can go in there. Criminal kills. Yeah, I'll start with this one. I'm trying my best. That's all I can say. Okay. Resources. This one, anime scenes. Intro action mob. I don't know what those mean. AFF design resources. I'm back. Welcome back. Oh, fuck. There you go. Where's Napoleon? There he is. Wow, his name, it does look like the way it sounds. God damn it. Go in there. Go in there. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Go in there. Okay. Well, good thing we triple checked that. Am I right, guys? Export PNG. Juno 23. Save. I don't like that. You don't need to do that. Don't show and explore. Save. It downloaded that, which I just need to make a MP4. Clear. Boop, 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 boop. It's not why I can have the audio with it. Not that the audio really matters. Actually, I realized after doing that, but you know, it is what it is. Call it wacky song. What I shall do this time. It's the TARDIS. I don't care which one though. Isn't super in line. The fantasy theme. Like the furthest we go is the Tempad mod, which just adds teleporters. Yeah, that magic mod you like. If you want anyone at Dedicated Wham to see the mod list I'm working on and want to add comments here. Let me add that for the thing. This is Milk Club Minecraft. What? Oh, this is the original one. Minecraft V1. Minecraft V2. comparison list, refined list, Minecraft v3. Today's the last day of my 4-day weekend. I'm so sorry. Oh no. Let's see. Hide sheet. 2.5 Minecraft v1. 606 Minecraft v2. I can hide. Comparison. Mod pack comparison list. I'm gonna hide this sheet and Milk Club Minecraft. Share. Anyone like commenter. We have small. I have something to do that's not ready. I'm cooked. Oh no. I apologize. I hope you can get that sorted out soon. Okay. Close. Oh my god, I have so many things open. It's gonna make my brain shit itself. Okay. Okay, we can close this now. I have so many things open. Okay. Save. Okay. Now, what are we doing? Yes. Insert image and cell. Yes, Moira Bug. What's the matter? What's the matter? Haters. History. Napoleon. Okay. I actually was 23 25 days. Actually learned that Napoleon was Napoleon rather. So I made a video. Channel your inner procrastinator. I give you all my procrastinating so you can complete it minutes before it's due. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Why is my computer lagging? I think it's because of this guy. Let's cancel this. Actually, I don't think I need to do this, to be fair. Because this is a what? It's a WebM? Okay, it'll be fine then. It has the media assets, change cover. I locally don't think it's possible. I'd have to grow 6 arms and get 5 more computers. What is it that you have to do? Maybe we can brainstorm. Did you know this one? This one. Music tech? Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. I believe in you. Alright, now we're going to look up Cherry Lemonade VT. And I'm going to go into... It's okay. But it's okay to be cooked every once in a while, you know? Save as... Oops. Save as... Save... One... Okay. Template PSD highlight. These will go in here. These no longer are needed. Okay, and then this is 58. 58 Cherry Lemonade VT. Very good procrastinating. Once a month I had to write a story for Creator Area, starting finishing an hour before it was due 86%. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Wow. found a TikTok. I found their TikTok. There you go. And now we go to about. And now we go to all their links. And gotta read a little bit. Stay juicy and fruity. I like this line. This is a good line. Twitter. Okay, so it looks like their main stuff is Twitter. Fruity background and honest and no. Oh, what? I'm scared. Oh my god. My energy may be unstoppable. Fuck yeah. Your favorite girl who makes all digital art and wants to make you smile. I'll usually be drawing on stream, but I also just chat. Creator of the Distractathon. Derigging. What's the matter, Momo? Ooh. A man alone outside the door. Dark lights and a mirror disco ball. And all the reason why I left it all. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. So. Okay. Is it, what are the pronouns? I gotta look at the pronouns. She, her, got it. Scream God. She's as bright as a lemon and as sweet as cherry. It's none other than... I got fucking... And cherry lemonade VT. I'm glad you like the song, Pasta. Pasta. I need an image of them. When did they debut? They debuted 2.0 last year. Oh. They not that active? I'm a lesbian. I have to like this song. Fair game. Fair game. What have you done? I'm a pink pony girl. I like this art a lot. Just having fun. You're a pink pony girl? We're all pink pony girls at the end of the day, if you think about it. It's a law. Understandable. I think I did this wrong. Oh my god, I've never had to squish this in. Export PNG. Thumbnail. 58. Insert image and cell. This one. Whoa. Whole document. Export. Yes. Okay, cool. There we go. There you go. So stay juicy, fruity, and up to date. All their latest. Hi Oso, how are you? Streams and works of art. Following them on their socials, which is Twitter and Twitch for this person. Okay, I've been doing commissions as usual. Hope the commissions are going well, smooth and lovely, just like yourself. Brain thinky hard. Okay. I think their Instagram is also like a big one because they list that one first. Let me TikTok and look. Now they got filled in a minute. Damn, look at you. Look at you. Spread as lemon as sweet as a cherry. It's none other than cherry lemonade VT. Thank you for the lurk. She's so bright. Cherry, let me look at this again. Okay, go links to their VGen. They show this art on their... Cherries. VTuber who enjoys. Okay. Cherry is a fruity back row VTuber who enjoys art and oh, that's such a tiny emo. It's so tiny. Who enjoys art and anything and making you smile. They're the creator of the what is Distractathon? Distractathon. I don't really know. The tiniest little dance. Cherry's make you smile. Enjoys art and making you smile. Let me see. How do I send a photo to my computer? Depends on where you're sending it from. You can just send it to yourself on Discord. I have a Discord. You could email it to yourself. You could also email it to yourself. You upload it to a Google Drive, download it from your PC. Often when they stream on Twitch, they play video games. Their best to play video games. Okay, when streaming, Cherry can often be found. Yeah, Star and I have the same brain thought. Can often be found, trying her best, play video games, and reading.
You disrespect me. You
Disrespect my family.
You call us stinky, poopy babies. You punched my wife.
Expressive
You
art.
kicked my baby. You kicked my fucking baby.
Even
You ate our dog. You ate our house.
being a little goober from time to time. Okay. I'll hang out with you as she'll hang out with you as she streams. She'll hang out with you and talk about. She'll hang out with you and company or an existence when they realize cherry lemonade isn't really a thing. Regardless. Brain. Okay. Oh, when streaming, Cherry can be often found trying her best to play video games, drawing expressive art, and being a little goober from time to time. She'll hang out with you to keep you company or question the existence when they realize cherry lemonade isn't really a thing. Or is it? Regardless, Cherry is... Regardless, is an amazing content creator, not only on Twitch, but also TikTok. Okay, Cherry is would make you smile. Let's close. Do this again, just because I have so many things open. Millet Sonar? How do you say this game name? Milizioner. Making you smile. Not to mention, Jerry's everywhere enjoys art making you smile. I even enjoy. They have their games that they played. I enjoy a variety of games. But Milzoner definitely takes the cake. Find evidence. do like a little. I don't want this to do that. Don't like it when it does that, but okay. Nope, that's not what I want. Go away. Thought you could like hide this. I just close it all. This is gonna keep giving me people. It just keeps giving you people. Okay. Okay. All right. I guess I can't make that go away. That's fine. Oops. That way. And this one, videos. Okay. Let me just read the script one more time. She's as bright as lemon and sweet as a cherry. It's none other than Cherry Lemonade VT. Cherry's a fruit bat girl who enjoys art and making you smile. They even enjoy a variety of games. Militsonaire definitely takes the cake in the heart. Definitely didn't find this evidence of this on their gorgeous art Instagram, though, of course. Definitely didn't find evidence of this on their gorgeous art Instagram, though, of course. Wink. When streaming, Cherry can often be found trying her best to play video games, drawing expressive art, or being a little goober from time to time. She'll hang out with you and keep you company or question existence when they realize Cherry Lemonade isn't really a thing. Or is it? Regardless, Cherry is an amazing. Had to help father-in-law put together a fancy workout bench. Ooh. Cherry. I think. That's so cute. All right, let's get these clippers. 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. Thank you for the check-in, Vex. 8, 9. 100 Opoggies? Yeah, let go! Yay! Fuck yeah. I'm in your eyes, just telling me honestly. V highlight, cherry lemonade, save. I don't wanna get undressed for a new person all over again. I don't wanna kiss someone else's neck to pretend it's yours instead. Still not close to me. Damn, that's crazy. To you from another thing worse than seeing another. All right. Okay, got it. Haha, you're funny. I don't wanna get undressed for a new person all over again. I wanna kiss someone else's neck. How many do we have? This doesn't count. 10. I don't wanna learn from another man. Until I love another man to have the other girl I won't forget. These are VODs. I wanted their clips. Clips. I think I sent the wrong thing to mine, but I swear it was mine. You should triple check. You should triple check. They have featured ones, don't they? They might not. It's possible that they don't. That's true. You could, yeah, you could check your sent mail. Open link in new tab. I thought they had one where it's like it showed the featured. Thank you for the song request. Download landscape, save. Download landscape, save. Where are we at? The message was blocked. Which one was? The one that you sent? This one. This is 13. Do ones with her newer model. Like a new tab. Open like a new tab. Do I have this one? Rats 4K. So I like how close she is to the camera. I have that one. Okay, cool. Download landscape. Save. Download landscape. Save. Download landscape. Save. Let's go. 2, 3. That's 15. We need 4 more. I do that one. Thinking. I think a lot of these are their older model. I did that one. Download landscape, save. Download landscape, save. So that's 2 more. So I need just one more time. Another 2. I want to make sure they're of like their newer model. This one, and let's do this one. Landscape, save. Landscape, save. Okie dokie. Okay, now I got all the things for this. Yeah, okay, cool. This one. Oh, no, this one. Upload. Save. Okay, Goth Gamer Goblin is next. This one. Oh, and the V-Stars 2. Resources. is. Save. Oh, not that one. This one. Okay, cool. And then I just want to make sure that this one is correct. Is this person? I'm streaming right now, which will make this a little awkward to get clips and stuff, but that's okay. Oh, there we go. They probably have their credits on here. They don't. Do they? View more. Model art and rigging. Cool. Let's go. I don't think I made the thing for it yet. I did not. 34 underscore goth gamer goblin. Is it only one box a day, or am I glitching? No, it's 3. There's 3. It's 3 a day. Because I like the number 3. And then the last week will make it, or the second to last week will make it 6. And then in the last day will be unlimited. Okay, let's do this one. What's this one? Okay. I know that goblin. Yes, it is one that you recommended. Therefore, we have finally gotten to their video. Save. Same back, same. Save. I just gotta get an intro and then. Oh. I dance like this. Valid. What is this one? My computer is like fucking lagging. It's pissing me off. Tell me about it. I took ballroom. What the fuck? That's crazy, Kiwi. Okay. What's about to happen? I remember certain things. What's my ring? What is this one? The song is Me, fuck yeah. I just feel really self-conscious when I'm dancing by myself. Really? I love dancing by myself. I'm only self-conscious when I'm in like outside. I like that. That one's not bad. Hi, V. You're a silent rave. Fuck yeah. Okay, now we can do top. Ow, my brain. Ow, 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 ow. I remember some things. Download landscape. I like that game. It's a good game. I have this awesome thing called body image issues and gender dysmorphia. That's a mood. I have body image issues as well, but no one can see me if I'm wearing big coats. Alright. Top all. We can do this one. Okay, now I want to get ones of their recent model. I'll take off my hoodie only if I'm overleading. Valid. What? Ugh! Oh, I see. Thank you, V. Can't wear a big coat. I'm a Michigan girl. I'll die of heat stroke. But you can in the wintertime. I just stay at my house most times. Yeah, I want to keep that open. I think that's fine. Let me just do this. It's like 45 degrees out, and I'm the only person in the building who still has their window open. I mean, hey, fresh air is good for you, you know? Fresh air is good for you. Oh, I have this one twice, I think. Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. And I have this one twice. Whoops. Okay, how many do I have? 6? Fuck, okay. How much is that? I don't know. Celsius. Oh, I have to take older ones. Shoot. That's fine. Open like a new tab. Open like a new tab. Open like a new tab. And then now we have 10. I need 9 more. 91 is never leave the water heat. 91 is hot. 91 is poo-poo dingus. I have that one. Let's do this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I hope I count right. Oh my goodness! Hello, Reno. Go on in. How was your stream? I hope you had. That was funny. Welcome on in. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out here with us. Sorry, I was a little bambazzled because these clips are unmuted and I just need to download them. The audio doesn't really matter. How goes things here? Pretty good. Just working on scripting stuff for the videos. Just working on scripts and stuff for the videos. Looks like you were just chatting. What'd you guys talk about? Did you do anything fun? Did you chat about anything fun? For context, I went with my 7 degrees Celsius. What the fuck? I don't know Celsius. I'm a little boo-boo brain. Celsius don't mean a lot to this little boo-boo brain. Where the fuck? I downloaded all those. Where did they go? Okay, cool. Okay, no, they're in there. I'm just a little boo-boo brain. And a bowl of... I have both my fans on. I was still melting. Eeks. 7 is 45 degrees. Damn, that's a little cold. That's a little cold there, Vexed. That's a little cold. Also, I never fix this because I'm lazy and I keep forgetting to, but I'll do it right now. Goob and I were running some Battlefield Red Sec. Honestly, really fun, but yeah, otherwise just chatting about whatever came to mind. Valid. My friend Body said I should try Red Sec, and I think I downloaded it. I don't remember, but I'll have to try it at some point. How would you say it compares to like other like battle royales, i.e. Fortnite and the Call of Duty one? So those are the only two I've really played. What makes it different? Oh, you did the mod pack, so when we only need the latest one, not the mods really. You did the mod pack, so then we. Huh? I did you know V highlight, and now we're doing V stars, and this can be off now. Oh, I need an image of them, so I gotta go to their Twitter, open like a new tab. I'm just gonna blur this just in case. Just in case. Most comparable to COD, it's like Warzone, but without any of the insane movement and doing a bunch of actions that will actually affect your aim. So, I'll have to try that then. I'll definitely have to try that then. This is what I'm built for. I thrive on meat and bread based diet in ice cold weather. That's valid. I like ice cold weather too. It's just I also like being warm, getting warmed up in the cold, you know? Much more tactical as well. Interesting. I'll definitely have to try it because it's free and why not, you know? The kitchen sink is over. I don't know how to, because that has to stay like that. So maybe we do it like this and then extend it here. Yeah, I think that's fine. I export. Just give me some soup sometimes and I'll be good. Fuck yeah, that sounds awesome. Thumbnail 34. Nice for PNG. Selection only. Export. Nameplate. Save. Close. I die at like when it hits 75. I die if it hits 70. I feel like we just update the mod to only cover it in the different versions. How you did the mod packs? I just made a mod pack on Curse. Server manually. I'm back. What is up, mooers? Welcome on in. And we're not mooers, we're beans. Milk beans. I forgot what I'm doing. Video editing. Next one will be roll for fun. So let me put that there. And then let's do one resources. And then the app design one can go in here, and I can unblur my screen. Do my best between 30 to 50, but give me a basic jack and I'm down to the negatives, even though it doesn't hit them anymore. The negatives suck, dude. I have to go to the restroom again. Okay. Franny the Goblin. Franny Taphart, a budding goblin artificer. Insert image in cell. That adorable laugh and dare I say gorgeous goblin. Oh, there you are, Mr. Melatonin. Oh, are you following Sleep Vexed? I hope you sleep well. Good night, Vexed. We love you. Sleep well. Is the ever fun loving Franny Taphart a budding goblin artificer? Our kingdom. So join up. So the Junkyard Kingdom. I need to take in friendly faces. Be sure to follow them, their socials. Show a little loved. Have made their kingdom a home. Kingdom account. Oh, okay. So scuff is expected. If it ain't scuffed, it ain't goblin. Will not only be excessive swearing. Be only be scuff. Only be scuff. Let's see. Intro about them. Our streams are built from the ground up, so you know that there may be scuff ahead, but as Franny always says if it ain't scuffed, it ain't goblin. Their streams are built from the ground up, so you know there may be scuff ahead. But as Franny always says, if it ain't scuffed, it ain't goblin. So settle on in as they stream variety of games, whether it be horror, Metroidvanias, Lights and Lights, and so much more. Chronic illness, pain warrior. With Euler's. How do you say this? I don't want to say this wrong. pronunciation. Ellers Danlos? Ellers Danlos. Okay. Franny is a Franny is a chronic illness pain warrior with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. What was their best? To keep all the sheets. This was Danlos syndrome. What does their best to stream regularly on 5 days a week. Regularly 5 days a week. Around 2 p.m. That adorable laugh, and I dare say a gorgeous goblin VTuber is the ever fun-loving Franny Taphart, a budding goblin artificer. Franny is a chronic illness pain warrior with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, but does their best to stream regularly 5 days a week, starting around 2 p.m. Can guarantee that a adventurous time hang out in their streams. Their streams are built from the ground up, so you know there may be some scuff. Hang out with them. That adorable laugh and dare I say gorgeous goblin VTuber is the ever fun-loving Franny Taphart, a budding goblin artificer. Goblin VTuber is the ever fun-loving Franny Taphart, a budding goblin artificer. Franny is a chronic illness pain warrior with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, but does their best to stream 5 days a week starting around 2 p.m. Yeah, and I can guarantee you that you'll have an adventurous time. An adventurous time whenever you hang out with them. Adventurous time. An adventurous time. Every time when you hang out, you will have everlasting fun memories when you hang out with them. Recommended this. Especially Math Gamer Goblin. Okay, what the fuck? Goblin Fun D&D. Okay. Do, do, do. What is the GTA guy talking about, bro? I don't know. Pickles? Cucumbers wanting to be pickles, I guess. No one ever said he was smart, but he sure is trying his best. That's all we can ask of anybody, really. This one, not done. Save. Okay, so the last two we need to do are the week of November for that. I think I have everything for this one now. Did you know? Nope. V stars. Yes, I think so. Okay, so, and then we're gonna do roll for fun. This is going to be 52 Hellmart. Hellmart Steam DB. Alright, I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick. I will be right back, and I'm gonna get a snack. So, be right back. I'm back. I'm back on a protein bar. And Pasta's lip is bleeding again. Put some chapstick on that bitch. Put some chapstick on it. And feel better. And don't just lick it. Licking it's not gonna help. I had to learn that the hard way. And it's basically an open wound. If it's an open wound, put some Neosporin or Polysporin on it. Here's the one I was just looking at. Link. Copy image. Don't leave again. I got sucked into Morty's eating. What? What? Don't leave again. I got sucked into Morty eating people's spaghetti guts. Oh God. I remember that. Oh God. Why would you? I'm sorry. Kinda not my fault that you chose to watch that, but like, fair. I'll do my best not to leave again. I will drink no water. Well, I'm eating food now, so I can't say I'm not gonna eat food, but. Do a Die Hard. I like Pickle Rick. Unfortunately, that's one of my favorites. That's valid. What show was it? Bob Hart Abishola. Interesting. That was a good ass protein bar. And now I feel full. I don't feel overly full, but I feel full and I am happy. I just got a notification that it's been a year since I followed you. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. That's a long time. Congrats. Happy 1 year. It's about a guy who had a heart attack and fell for his Nigerian nurse. Oh, I remember that show. I know that show. I watched a lot of it on TikTok. Yeah, no. That's a good show. I like Bob. Felt bad when he got skinny though. Okay, so I like this line. This was a good line. Maybe like that. Step into the shoes of a regular night shift manager and try to stay alive in this strange place. I think I watched about a third of it out of order, so I pulled the trigger and got a new service. That's valid. Oh, baby. Give me a kiss. It's cold and dark and scary. Oh, fuck.
You're the one who's afraid.
You're the one that complains that it's fucking dark at 4.
It's because I like sunlight.
Yeah, but things go bump in the night.
It's not night. It's fucking 7 o'clock.
Oh, it's night-ish. It's night-ish. Okay, you can watch Adventure Time. I have HBO Max. Well, have is strong. My family lets me borrow theirs.
Ooga booga.
Ooga booga. Oh my god. Why is it not supported? What's happening? What's happening? run for many miles just to find love from. Why is it not working? It's not. Doesn't really matter, but okay. I'm just gonna copy these guys, and then yeah, I can watch Videoediting on HBO Max. Hey man, wherever you gotta watch that show. That show is the shit. I watch that thing all. I watch the show all the time. Hellmart is the love child. Of supermarket simulator and horror. A genre that no I could love that embodies more than I'd like to admit. In the day, it's important to hit your quotas. Hit your quotas, restock shelves. In the day, you've got to hit your quotas, restock shelves, and most importantly, don't be rude to customers. Don't be rude to customers. In the evenings, evil awakens, so you have to get ready for their visit. And at night, I need this over here so I can read it while I type. In the day, you've got to hit your quotas, restock shelves, and most importantly, don't be rude to the customers. As the sun sets, evil awakens, and you must be ready for its visit. As night, so as the sun sets, get a gun. Exactly. I kind of want to play a little bit. Then as night creeps in, moon rises high in the night sky, the nightmare begins. Hellmart has dynamic customer behavior and horse systems that adapt to how you day. No two ships are ever the same. It's dynamic. No two ships are ever the same. I kind of want to play it. I might play it after I rate this. Your actions matter. The fate of your customers and the story's ending depending on the decisions you make throughout the game. Hellmart is a love child between. I think that's good. And then, apparently, this game has quite fleshed out demo that you can. I'm selling a slightly damp tissue with my blood on it for $5. Who wants it? I'm sure somebody would want it. I would not be surprised. Currently Hellmart has a fleshed out demo that you can play over on Steam. So don't Steam after you stock up on Nightmare Fuel. Be sure to add it to your wish list. Not bad. To play the demo of Hellmart during the season, and I can't wait to come out. I hope there is customization. Store. .3D modeler. You know where to find me. Does Helmar have a TikTok? No. Helmar game. It does. It looks like. Oh, what? It looks like this is their account. Dev Diary 2. Yeah, this is their. And Helmar game. Oops. Oh my gosh. Oop. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me stretch. I can't paste the stuff I want. Okay, it's fine. That's good enough. Horror supermarket simulator customer service. Okay, that's pretty good. Homework. Yup, you can get duplicates. That's what makes it hard. If I just let you have a non-duplicate every time, then you would just be here for a day and then leave. You know? Subtitles. This save to anytime. And then we need the last one, which is. Yes, because gambling is the only thing keeping me here. But also makes you spend points. Makes you spend your points, Sonny Jim. It's important that you spend your points. Don't hoard them. What I want to do. I want to do this cat and I want to do this dog. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, where is Vibe and Shine? I didn't make the new one. This one. Womp, womp, womp. Womp, 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 womp. Womp, 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 womp. Resources. What is this? Always. Oh. Oh, okay. That's fine. Save as. A lot of things that are above me. Then I get scary, then I get ugly, yeah. Problem, and I'm not the equation. We go October. Okay. Vibe and Shine, 45. Ooh. Not New Year's April migration. This one. This one. And I think I have one from my liked that you guys sent me this week or last week. Did I favorite it? I gotta go sleep. Good night, Echo. Thank you for hanging out with us. We love you. This one, this little duck. I like this duck. don't know what theme any of these have, though. Don't be afraid to be yourself, I guess. Oh, wait, not that one. This one. Whoop. And then paste. These are just cute animals. Yes, and they make me happy. Oh, I forgot to paste the other one. Cancel. Pictures, screenshots, sort by date. Let's start a riot. How many memes I like? Any memes in here? This one makes me happy. This one. I know I used Chubby Dog last week. Fuck. Pumpkin. We can use pumpkin. Pumpkin. There you go. An Adventure Time meme. Oh, okay. Adventure Time meme. This is one of my favorite gifts in the whole wide world. I like this one. Save. Okie dokie. And now I gotta sort these. Okay, so which one will be first? Never be afraid to be yourself. Never be afraid to be true to yourself. Especially if your true self is a cute little baby. Oh, I forgot! Ken Boy Rollins was gonna be on this one. I'll do it on the next one. A cute little baby kitty. Just wants a place to sit and play. I mean, we don't have to tell him. Episode of what? Episode of what? Episode of Vibe and Shine? Episode of Vibe and Shine. This video is called Vibe and Shine. It's just things that make me happy that I want to share with people. That's literally the introduction to this video. Week of November 3rd to November 9th. Hello? 9? There we go. Boop. Export this one. Thumbnail 45. Save. Close. Image and cell. Browse. Thumbnail this one. And I go back to the video so that way I can have the creators' names. That's fine. This will be the last one, and then it'll be this one. I mean, we don't have to tell them that this seat is meant for a different baby. We can just get another seat. Wait. Never be afraid to be your true self, especially if your true self is a cute little baby who just wants a place to sit and play. I mean, this is clearly the kitty's new throne, And the other baby can have a different seat. Happen if you true to yourself. Well, you might have excluding scare human babies, yes. Excluding scary human babies. Human babies are cute. Human babies are cute. I like human babies a lot. I just don't have one. We had one in last week's video and the week before. It just kind of depends on what I see. Well, you might have an itchy butthole like this little duder. Like, if he was his true, they're so judgy. That's true. That is true. Babies are judgy. Like, if he was true to himself, maybe his butthole wouldn't be so itchy. Yours is itchy, ain't it? Just scooting one little butt, scooting all around. The adventure and SpongeBob are some of my favorite video essay topics. That's interesting. I think I've seen one for Adventure Time, but I'm not really into the SpongeBob ones because of SpongeBob creepy pastas. I know they're not the same, but still. I'm just scooting all around. His life depends on it. Like, if he was true to himself. I've ever seen an Adventure Time video essay. Yeah, there's like ones that like go through the entire lore or timeline or why like deep dives into character personalities and stuff. Baby dog butt duck cute. One that was covering the whole real who the real King Neptune is. Ooh, that is interesting actually. That's not all, I bet. But if you were to check in with yourself to make sure you're doing you need to do to be the best you'd be just as cute as this duck. I mean, you're already pretty cute, but nothing beats shining like your true self. No, because you'll never get away with describing PB's character by calling her a dictator. Never. Disrespecting PB's character by calling her a dictator. That's fair. I think she just had a bit of control issues that she was able to work past after getting to know her people and who she really wanted to be, you know? I like her arc a lot. New months mean new babies, and by as the long dark approaches, it's a good time to remind you that it's important to do what you keep yourself happy and to model up who you really are. You're a goober. On a short rant about her. Hey man, can if you wanna. I ain't gonna stop you. Telling you that. Tell you what. Alright, cool. That is also done. And now I need to record it. Labels. Add. Change cover. I'm not gonna stop you. Our Discord tag is literally Tism. If that's what you want to do, as long as you don't bully other people about it, go for it. I don't care. My chat is here to pour your heart out on God. So if that's what you would like to do, I'm honestly not gonna stop you. Your jury. This time she's a dictator. She created record. That didn't happen. Okay, I think I got everything all good for that. I don't know why Twitch is taking such a long time to get stuff ready for download. Maybe it's because I'm doing too much in my browser and it's like I can't pop up when you're doing other things. Download. Delete. Delete. Right, I'm calling brown because it's brothed. Yes. Is this your new best friend? Alright, I'm gonna just switch accounts to this one. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! When did this happen? Guys? What's happening? What's happening? How are we almost at 1K on YouTube? What? What the fuck? Guys? That's the beauty of Adventure Time. Everything is cyclical? Cyclical? I don't know what this means. Just create RP ASMR on. I don't know what that means. Okay. Holy shit. Okay. Thank you for the boop. Okay, I have to record scripts now. Oh, okay. Let me take this off. BLT, you gotta boop away. You gotta go play outside BLT for a little bit. And by outside, I mean outside of my office for a little bit. I've eaten too much pizza. That's not possible. There's no such thing as too much pizza. There is such thing as not enough room in your tum-tum. My tummy says otherwise. Possibly. Possibly. You get to... Yeah. I'm gonna turn this off. This over here. Hi, Womble. How are you, my love? Hope you're doing well. Alrighty. Alright. She's as bright as a lemon and as sweet as a cherry, and it's... She's as bright as a lemon and as sweet as cherry. It's none other than Cherry Lemonade VT. I'm gonna restart that. I just don't like how I felt. Okay. She's as bright as a lemon and as sweet as a cherry. It's none other than Cherry Lemonade VT. Cherry is a fruity Batgirl VTuber who enjoys art and making you smile. They even enjoy a variety of games, but Mila Stonaire definitely takes the cake in their heart. They enjoy a variety of games, but Mila Stonaire definitely takes the cake in their heart. Definitely didn't find this evidence on their gorgeous art Instagram, though. Wink. When streaming, Cherry can often be found trying her best to play video games, drawing expressive art, or being a little goober from time to time. She'll hang out with you and even keep you company or question existence. She'll definitely hang out with you and keep you company or question existence when they realize Cherry Lemonade really isn't a thing. Or is it? Regardless, Cherry is an amazing content creator not only on Twitch, but also here on TikTok. So stay juicy, fruity, and up to date on all their latest streams and works of art by following them on their socials. I hope that was good. Hi, I'm a sleepy little guy right now, headed to bed, so I'm going to leave a lurky loo. Hope you have a good night. Thank you. Sleep well. Thank you for dropping a lurk. We love you. Video segments. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Not that guy, this guy. Kind of want to redo my calculations on my face tracking a little bit. There we go. There you go. Oh, it's still loading. Okay. VI light. Oh no. Hey for the cheek pad. How you doing, Orman? I hope your tummy feels okay. Don't forget to take some Tums or Pepto. I actually don't know the difference. Like what they do differently. But I'm sure taking them wouldn't make you feel better. Or some Gas X. If you're feeling a little gassy, like you've like ate too fast and you probably have maybe like a little air pocket in your tummy. Gas X is really good for fixing that. Okay, that's what I was afraid of. It's okay, I can fix that. Might have been a little bit close to my mic. Yeah, a little bit. Tell Pixels I said Nam. I shall tell him when he returns from the store. He went across the street to go to Whole Foods to get some food. By food, I mean turkey, because turkey was on sale. I didn't like that. Hi, Daedalus. Whole Foods, holy. Why holy? What's up with Whole Foods? Ooh. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Oh, wow. What's wow? What's happening? What? I typed more than I thought. God damn. Whole Foods earlier is $2,000 on anything. We get it because they take SNAP. We essentially have food stamps. So we can get it thanks to food stamps. I wish, yeah. I make just not enough to have food stamps. But who knows? I might not have money this month for food because government. But we'll see. Like, barely. Yeah, I barely didn't make it in, but thankfully, due to my last job, it's okay. Like, yeah, and then also with the budget cuts, it's like hard. Like, it's not as like the range of it isn't as big. She's a dictator. She created a life when she was a child. The life she wanted to turn her into candy person, and she survived. She built a whole fucking kingdom from the ground up with life she created pretty much by herself. Can you imagine how stressful running a kingdom full of stupid candy people with one assistant? She had to make sure her people were safe. Yes, she shouldn't have set up cameras, but she got rid of them. No, she didn't lead Fit on. She thought he was trying to be friendly. Plus, she's a lesbian, not bisexual. She went out with a guy because her uncle made her. Not to mention she had to deal with the Ice King kidnapping her, so she isn't perfect. But everyone, yeah, I don't think PB was an ass. I just think, you know, she had so many things to deal with, and Finn was also so young. It was kind of like, I think it's kind of like both had bad, but no one person is to blame. You clearly weren't watching the show if you can't acknowledge everything she's been through. Can you tell I have many mental issues? But that's why we love that. But that's like what it's about here though. My Discord tag is literally Tism. You know, like it's just meant to be if you think about it. I think this is 30. It feels like falling into the street. It's these 3. Save. Not a problem if I can't until my pure ref. Okay. I have only one diagnosed thing, autism, and a whole bunch of maybe which. I don't know, 90. Yeah, I have anxiety, depression, ADHD, but I have undiagnosed autism. But I mean, laughs nervously. You've been here, you know why I laugh. Let's do V stars. So we're gonna do this one and then pigtails, and we're gonna take the eyeglasses off. We're gonna see the bottom. Okay. That adorable laugh, and dare I say gorgeous goblin VTuber, is the ever fun-loving Franny Tapheart, a budding... I'm gonna restart that one. That adorable laugh, and dare I say gorgeous goblin VTuber, is the ever fun-loving Franny Tapheart, a budding goblin artificer. Franny is a chronic illness pain... Thank you for the pats. Franny is a chronic illness pain warrior with Ehlers... Franny is a chronic illness pain warrior with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, but does their best to stream regularly 5 days a week starting around 2 p.m. PST. And I can guarantee that you'll have an everlasting fun memories. Oh, my face is... And I can guarantee that you'll have everlasting fun memories every time you hang out with them. Their streams are built from the ground up, so you know that Their streams are built from the ground up, so you know that there may be scuff. But, as Franny always says, if it ain't scuffed, it ain't goblin. So settle on in as they stream a variety of games, whether it be horror, Metroidvanias, roguelites, lights, and so much more. The Junkyard Kingdom is always happy to take in new friends and faces, so be sure to follow them on their socials and maybe show a little bit of love to the artists that made their kingdom a home. Pog. I think that was pretty good. Oh, my hand is cold. My hand is cold, chat. You didn't freeze, did you? Okay, it doesn't look like it did. It might have froze. I might have to retake a bit of that, but that's okay. Let's get this intro in here. I'm gonna edit the intro really quick. Oh no, I fucked up. It's fine, I'll wait a second for it. With golden brown. This one. Intro. I followed you on the YouTube. Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Give me the intro. Bro, I'm so confused. The art may have won. What does this mean? What does this mean? I'd actually prefer to do it this way, honestly. Can I do it this way? Hello. God damn. Is that all you got? Just the turkey?
I got some like perishable vegetables and stuff too. Some tomatoes and cucumbers.
I'm very proud of you. Good job. What do you think I am?
You must hold the child.
It is not a child. It is a turkey. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, what the fuck are we gonna do with this? Save it till fucking Thanksgiving, or are we gonna do something with it before?
No, I'm gonna make them. It's probably gonna take like 2 days to defrost though.
Okay.
It's like a, I think a 17-pound turkey.
17-pound turkey, goddamn. How much was it? $25? That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad.
That's cheaper than the chicken I got from Trader Joe's.
Damn. Very nice. And there was a sale on turkey, so Pixels went to go get turkey. And then this part, oops. Then this part, and then okay, and then we can remove this part. And then we can link clips. Then bring this up and link clips. Open! Hello, Buster! Welcome on in. What were you getting confused on? If I could, I'd be happy to help if you are willing to have the help. If you need any help, let me know. I'm happy to help. Okay, I gotta cut stuff first, and then I'll modify this. Okay. I lost, and the art has won. What's happening? Why have you lost? Okay, this is gonna have to go down 5 decibels, I think. My brain just got fried. Okay, well, if you ever need help, just let me know. I'm lost on why you lose. Same. I think their brain just got fried. That's why. Okay, this part. Okay, I did that wrong. That's why I had to redo it. Mood. No, that's valid. I get that way sometimes with stuff. Pog. Not bad. Not bad in length. I did finish my logo. Fuck yeah. Very proud of you. And then clip operations replace. I watch the moon, let it run my mood. Where did the thingy go? This one goes here. Save. I should replace. Yeah, that's actually good. It's in the fridge. Let me see. Oh, I love it. Oh my god, that's so fun. Dude, that's cute. You're doing a very good job, though. No, good pose reference. It's very cute. I really like it. Very good job. I watch the moon, let it run my mood. I'm thinking of you. Save. Make that small. Save. Save. Okay. That one done. What's next? Did you know? Did you know what's next? Which is 23, I think. Oh, not that one. Did you know 23? Yes. File, save, project as 23. Okay, and then I'm gonna change my outfit to this one. Bro, on the first raid of the week. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Pookie? Talking about in this stream? Cause I really don't want to burst your bubble. Smile. Okay. That your biggest ops will lie about you even after you're dead. Who beat me? Lil Pancake and Risen. That your biggest ops will lie about you even after you're dead. They might be doing you dirty. They might be doing you dirty, just like Napoleon Bonaparte. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? Well, Napoleon was taller than you might think. Historical research shows that he was probably around 5'7", which can also be proven by a lot of the paintings that were done of him in the 1800s. Compared to his horse and fellow man in these works of art, you can see that his stature is quite average. It wasn't until British cartoonists made fun of the acclaimed tactician by drawing him in a juvenile and bratty perspective. This emphasis can be noted in pieces known as Empress Wish or Bony Puzzled by Isaac Cruikshank, where he's half the size of his wife and men around him. While he was known to be shorter than the French soldiers he recruited, he definitely wasn't the short stack that the cartoons portrayed him as. So why am I babbling on about this? Well, to prove to you that while your biggest ops may try to make blatant lies about you or get in your head, that the best thing you can do is block out the haters. Aw, thank you for the bit! Thank you, lovers! I'm streaming tomorrow just to fix this. Sounds good, sounds good. You don't have to, though, but I appreciate it a lot that you want to raid me. I mean, your name will be, if you're doing it so your name is on, like, the thank you raid thingy, like, you're already gonna be on there. If that makes you feel any better. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Apply. You wanna tell me where my audio went? Apparently it deleted itself from existence. Understandable. Apply. Just wanna make sure that this is where it needs to be. Cool. Oops. Oops, 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 oops. Boop. Mm-hmm. 52 seconds. Fuck me, damn it. It's been my home. So maybe I put this here instead. Yeah, I think that's not bad. 45 seconds instead of 52, which the song that I use for reference is not that long, so cool. Take my head, let me. All right, now we do roll for fun. Boop, boop, boop. Save, and then we're going to go to roll for fun. Project as Hellmart. Questions. Okay. Step into the shoes of a regular night shift manager and try to stay alive in this strange place. Hellmart is a love child of Supermarket Simulator. Hellmart is the love child of Supermarket Simulator and horror, a genre that embodies my soul more than I'd like to admit. In the day, you've got to hit your quotas, restock shelves, and most importantly, don't be rude to the customers. As the sun set, evil awakens, and you must be ready for its visit. Then, as night creeps in and the moon rises high in the night sky, the nightmare begins. Hellmart has a dynamic customer behavior and horror system that'll adapt to how you play. No two shifts are ever the same. Your actions matter, the fate of your customers and the story's ending depend on the decisions you make throughout the game. Currently, Hellmart has a fleshed out demo that you can play over on Steam. So after you stock on Currently, Hellmart has a fleshed out demo that you can play over on Steam. So after you stock up on Nightmare Fuel, be sure to add it to your wish list. Pog. That's too bad. And then we have our last one where I will be in squisho mode. I will do that after I fix this. that easy time. Not bad. Oh, I have to lock this one, not that one. Okay, and save, and then we're going to scoot this over. This. Replace this one with the roll for fun, wish list, save. Roll for fun. And now time for squishy mode. Ah. 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 There you go. Okie dokie. Never be afraid to be your true self, especially if your true self is a cute little baby who just wants a place to sit and play. I mean, this is clearly the kitty's new throne, and the other baby can have a different seat. What would happen if you didn't stay true to yourself? Well, you might have a wait. What would happen if you didn't stay true to yourself? Well, you might have an itchy butthole like this little dude right here. He's just scooting around on the floor like his life depends on it. Like, if he was true to himself, maybe his butthole wouldn't be so itchy. I bet yours is itchy now, ain't it? That's not all, I bet. I bet that if you were to check in with yourself to make sure you're doing what you need to be the best you'd be as cute as this duck. I mean, you're already pretty cute, but nothing beats shining like your true self. That was pretty easy. You're squishing me. Are you squishing me? Oh my god, my hands are cold. Excuse me. File save as, and then we're gonna be 45. My whole life can sound like this. All right, there we go. All right, and then. There you go. This one. Link clips. Go up. Link clips. This needs to go up by 5. lie. Does it have the audio up by 5? It does not. Reunion. And then we take this guy who doesn't have his thing anymore for some reason. Probably because I messed it up. And then we'll just do this. Oh, my hands are so cold. Copy. Pog. Now tomorrow I'll do this one. This one. This guy. And this guy. Yes. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Edit labels. This one, this one, this one. This one, this one, save. There you go. Realize. I didn't put when these were meant to be due edit dates. Wait, I did that wrong. It's supposed to be 2 o'clock. Save, save. Edit dates the 7th. Save, save. Dates the 8th. Edit dates the 10th. Edit dates. Save. Which will be the 13th. Because I'm a goober and I put the wrong dates. It's supposed to be the 12th. Edit dates the 11th. Save, save. Edit dates. And this will be the 14th. Save. Okay. I got all that done now. I'm very proud of myself for doing. Good job, team. We did the thing. We did the thing. Let's see, 29, 30, 31. All right. Download. I forgot we're still in art. Put us in coworking now. My hands are so cold. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. Oh. So cold. Alright. Aww. This is so cute. I just want to show Nilbog that I made him into a little guy. Nilbog, I made you into a bean. Copy link. What the fuck? Open link? Can we just do this? Copy clean link. Okay. Oops, broken link. Okay. I kind of want to make an emote. Guys. Let's get you on. Oh, I forgot. Okay. Nope. This one. Right? Yes. And task. Just another day. Let's try that. I want to do that. Okay, hold on.
Oh, he needs some milk.
I don't know if I can keep up with the Thank you for the milk. Can't wait. Can't wait. I'm drowning. Keep me, that was a lot of milk. I had to make it into a bit, I'm sorry. I had to make it into a bit, I'm sorry. I had to do it. I don't control the flow, but you are the one that gave me the milk. You're the one that gave me the milk. Emotes, Lomon. I want to make an emote. She got away. She got away. Oh, we have this one. There's this one. She's got away. She's got away. Me want make new emote. Maybe me make new emote of old stuff? She did though, she did. I have it here, don't I? Bestie, I got a weird question. What's up? What's up? It's my pure ref. Did I close it already? Bro, I'm stressing. I'm stressing because I have to finish my stinger and my lore video by March, and it's stressing me out because I have no motivation to do that right now. That's a lot of milk. That is a lot of milk. Animate, no one make new thumbs. Animate. That was almost a minute of milk, dude. I cannot chug for a full minute. But it may not work. You may have I'm gonna download Affinity. I don't care. I trust you, Buster. I don't care. You still got like 4 months. You got this. Thank you. I kind of, part of me wants to ask someone else to do my stinger because there are things that I don't know how to do. Because I have to, with a stinger, you have to make it full, like fully opaque in like the animation has to have to cover the whole screen in order for the transition to happen. And I have an idea on how to do that. I just don't want to. And also, it's a lot of animating. Thanks though. I got you, boo. I don't know what I want to do. It's stressing me out. Also, I want to make new emotes. I also want to make new emotes. I don't know where the fuck my emotes have gone that I made. I made new emotes. What the fuck? Where the 3.0 emotes. There we go. Maybe I gotta see them all together. This is not bad. I don't like how I did the hair in the back, though. Hold on. You not be pixelated, please. Thank you. That's better. Oh my god, I don't like this. It's so much. It needs to be pixels. 2048 by 2048. This is a 2K texture. Actual zoom size creator. Oh, I didn't make the fuck. No. No. No, we go back. Go back. New. Be lurking for a bit? No problem. Thank you for the lurk. 2K. Create preset? Okay, there we go. And then 1K will be 1024. So I really only draw in these presets. Okay. And then 4K is 4096. Create preset, and then the thumbnail size. Thumbnail. Can I just move this? Am I able to move that? No? Okay. Thumbnail. Thumbnail is 1920 by 1080. Create. This is gonna piss me off. God damn it. Create preset. And then 2K 2048. Create preset. 4K. Oh, 4K is 4096. Create preset. Okay, that makes me happier. I'm gonna go swatches. We're gonna go to pixels. We're gonna go to these. Flood. There you go. BG. No, I see what I did with that. Both of these have closed eyes, though. At least they're like same, though, in a way. Sure, I'll make one. I'll make one right now. I want one with eyes, though. I've always wanted to do this one. This one, which is L10. So we'll do L10. Places. Emotes, Lumon, L10. Always. Faces. Files, save as. Downloads, only 3.0. Emote spread. And then we'll take the background. Actually, what size is this document? This is 2K. File, new. 2K. I think that's what I did with this one. There I do. And then we take these guys. Group, base. There you go. Okie dokie. Finder, I don't need you. No. This is going to be Nodders. The new Nodders. What about the other ones that I've made? VTubing assets, emotes. Here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll screw you up. Watch out, here she comes. I really use the blow kiss one. Go blep. Finally, screw you, Adobe. Oh, we hate Adobe here. Oh, well, we hate Adobe in everything except Substance Painter. That's all I have to say. Oh, this one's the bigger one. Maincoow Snuggle. Or they have a cancellation fee now. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Especially if, like, Affinity is the new, like, free software. Like, I'm not gonna be surprised. I feel like they've had that for a while, though, no? I don't remember. I love the way Miyu does my eyes. Boopamo, Yobi I don't forget where I put the dancing one. I think I have that one on my phone. We'll also bill people after they cancel too. Yes, sir. Yeah, make sure you remove all your information after. Or else they're like, no, we're still gonna charge you. No. Do I saw Spooktacular event here? No, it's in 2D art now, isn't it? I don't want shit to you up. Oh, here she comes. I just want to see how I set up the eyeballs in this because I really liked how I did them. Nope. Going lower. Lock. And then I'm going to copy an eyeball from this guy. Yep. And then I'm going to... I don't know if I'll make the eyelash that I do, but maybe. Maybe. So I'll keep that open. And then we're going to go to vector, and we're going to make a circle. And you're going to go back on vector because I need you to be vector, and I don't know why you don't want to be vector, but it kind of makes me upset that you don't want to be vector because all I ask of you is that you're vector. And I feel like that's not a big ask. I'm gonna be honest. Appearance large. Oh, appearance medium. No, appearance medium. There we go. How dare you ask it to be vector? This is a vector-based program. All I'm saying is that this is a vector-based program. I don't think it's that big of an ask. Can the Affinity make a free version of Adobe Animate? That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. Okay, and then we take another circle. Move this though. Move this. And we make it. No, give. Okay. When you want to be raster in a vector world. What do you mean? No. No. It's when you want to be. When you wait. No. No. It's when you want to be vector in a rasterized world, man. I don't know anybody that likes vector art the way I like vector art. Vector art's so nice, and I'm never gonna rag on anybody for not using it, but god damn it, guys, come on. It's not the best. It's not the worst. It's just different. Make it white. I love rasterized art. It's so nice. She cries more. Vector is pretty good for certain things, though. Toon Boom is all vector. Oh, is it really? I did not know that. More. Oh, no, yeah. Does this need to go up a little more? No, that's just how it is. Okay, cool. Yeah, I only touch that shit when I'm doing line art. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so this is how the eye is. And I'm gonna close you, and then I'm gonna grab, because I can, and because being an artist means stealing from yourself. I'm taking this. Oh my god, that's huge. Damn, you got all the lashes I do. I want to be very pretty. This one will be like rounded though. Like this. And this one. Actually, hold on. Before I move that guy. This is the base. I'll turn him off. They switched that, didn't they? The eye used to be on the left side, but now it's on the right side. Let's make sure. I don't know if I'll have that. I probably won't, to be honest. Look at those. Look at those. Look at those pearly reds. We love them. Hand is cold. Yeah, I probably won't do the eyelash. But hold on. Just so I don't go crazy. Document setup. Where's the color? Color. Transparent background. Okay. They're gonna steal my soul. Yes, they are. Let's turn these off. say that's a base for an eye. Ball. Eyeball. Lock, turn off, turn back on these guys. I just like how shiny they look. It's like my favorite part is how shiny they look, I think. I forgot something. Oh, fuck. Boop. How thick does it want to be? Not that thick. 6. I can do it 6. But I forgot that this needs to be like... Last is a smooth operator. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. I don't like using solid black. There you go. Okay, I might add a eyelash at the very least, just because I think it'd be cute. These are the eyes. Alright, let's see if this works the way that it... Yeah, okay, it still does work the way that I want it to. Cool. This one should be 6. Oh god, goober model, yes. I am in a squisho mode. Oh, close curve. Jiggly little guy. Oh wait, no, this has gotta go. Yeah. Do I want another one? Smooth operator. Smooth operator. The answer is yes. So I think you can never go too wrong with... You can never have too many eyelashes, in my opinion. Boop. Alright, now I gotta sketch this. Because I always gotta sketch out my features, because they are different. They are different. And I like having control over the sketch in that way. So, what have I done? I don't know what I did. Don't dock yourself there, bro. Smooth operator. Brushes. I didn't export my brushes. God damn it. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Why'd you open on that screen? I want you to open over here. Boop. Export brushes. Save, close. Import brushes. Doop. My brushes. Where's my BLT brush? There you go. Okay, and then I'm just gonna make this color. Alright, there you go. And then... Oh, that is a small brush. Okay, cool. That is still the same. Cool. I'll probably just make this well. Okay, we know that will be like that. And then how do I do my It's like 2. I do 2. 2 or 3. Just kind of depends. Boop, boop, boop. I can't see. I chose a bad color, chat. I have to turn back into normal mode because I look at myself as a reference a lot of the times. Oh, my voice. Hub. Okay. Oh, we can bring BLT back as well. Okay, so there's this. I'll bring this down. Oops. That's not what I wanted. Okay. That's like this. Womp. Doing like one here, and then that thing, and then yeah, because the head will have to be a little bit different. Okay. On this curve and this curve. Group, sketch, look, vector, this one. Like wondering if I want to steal from myself. I don't think I want to. I have no idea what the song is about. Let me grab just this so I can grab the color from it. Cool. That hockey's still the same. Huh? This one. Sent you an explanation of the craziness. Outside of our DMs? Because I reacted. If you're talking about the one in DMs, I reacted to it. Children, oh, oh. It's not madness. It makes sense. Did you, was there, I didn't see it. Okay, I was gonna be like, was there something else I was supposed to reply with? So, yeah, that's very, just very understandable. Was on video, killed the radio star. Killed the radio star. Hiding in my heart. Okay, why'd we go really far? Oh. I'm back, welcome back. I see now, understandable. Build the radio star. Flip horizontal. Look at big ol' eyes. I know. I'm gonna make them so that way they nod. Mew! Thank you for the sub at tier 1 for 6 months. I appreciate you and I love you so much. Oh, I love you so much. I promise I will sub to you when I have money. But I love you and thank you and I love you so gosh darn much. Guys, if you're not following Mew, please do. They're one of my closest friends and I love them so much and they really are a light in my life and I'd be very lonely if I didn't have them. I hope you're doing well, my love. The radio star. I love you, wife. Radio star. Oh, the radio star. Okay, this has got to go behind everything. And then this will go here. And this will go here. And this will go here. Back to lurking again. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Do 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 do. And this is gonna go underneath the curve that we just made. There we go. And then we're gonna have one more line. Kind of goes here. Just to make the illusion of braid exist. And then let's finish the hair a bit. Higher, higher, too high. Bangs and then I'm gonna turn this off so I can get the head in here. And then I'm gonna close the curve. Yep, there you go. You weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. That's skin. Here you go. Hiding at the waters of bison. I don't know. what's on. Peace when you are done. Do 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 do. Put that there. Take this. Put this here. Make this 50%. Do I just want it on top? No, I think I want it 50% because I like it at 50%. This is head. There we go. Now I need to make the body. Boop. Thought this was closed. On my way one time, you are done. Remove this guy. Skin shade. I know that they have the rounding of the corners. They still do. Nope, this is the wrong one. Is it this one? I think it's this one. It is this one. And this one goes in here. Rock with you all night. Let's do 50. Okay, there we go. All night. All night. Wait. Make this in here. We're gonna close this just so that way I can see what we're working with. If I just shook, it might look okay. Maybe. I'd have to check it. Let's check it right now. So if this came out, and this was the rear, and then I took this guy. My brain is thinking. I don't know if nodding's gonna work in it, but I'm gonna try. And then this ear. like this. Self for a good time. And the world turning inside out, yeah. And then might steal the. Oh no, I won't. That's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. Make a supersonic man out of you. Gold. Through the night, 100 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. Traveling at the speed of light, bring a supersonic man out of you. Hold me, don't stop me. Don't me. This one, then this one. Whoops. This is gonna go in here. Go in here. Running through the night, yeah. I call him Mr. Fahrenheit. Make a supersonic man out of you. Stop me now. Time every ball. Give me a call. And a good time, and a good time. Good time, don't wanna stop at all. So this one, and then that one goes in this one. And then let me look at the hey yo cannibal. Hey, very cute. Do I have this one? Does I was lazy about it. God damn it. Yeah, I gotta do it differently then. Stop. 1 out of 8. I had 2 already. It's a new month, Pookie. As I said before, it's a new month, which means new beans. It's not my fault. Ah! Oh, it's a new month. I was saying that all month last month. No, not robbed. Someone wasn't listening. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. You especially can't blame me now that wife has put me in squisho form. Everyone's gotten gobbed today. Not mad, I just find it very funny. Just gotta get good. Lamau Gob. Yeah, it's gonna be... This month is Gob, Nailbog, and Rat Cousin. Which, speaking of... Where's the bean box? This is a wobbly! New month, new card. Waiting in the sun, like on the stages. I didn't get Gob. No, you got Moira. That's fair. Set to leaderboard. I'm just gonna... A man waiting in the sky. I should come and say just. Look, it's Gord Lamode! Oh my god, you got Gord Lamode. That's a rare one. Very nice. I was Gord Lamode. 7.5 hours, a marathon session? No, it's just a normal session. Nope. These are just my normal sessions. Last week I was doing 6 hours because I wanted to play Core Keeper with my friends. But my friend is currently, Rhino's currently on hiatus because he's doing work stuff. Open reason, make a cheer. I'm just gonna copy my... Give me this. No star, no. But they're hungry. You gonna deny them when they're hungies? Oh my goodness. Should I flip this? Yes. Hungry for Gamba. Oh my goodness. Give me my horns. I'm lazy. I don't want to make my horns. Anyway, how are you? I'm good. How are you? You know what's mine? You're gonna have to eat a lane. Oh, Schwamp! Okay. Well, I have to wait till it sets me back and then I can be Shramp because Mew asked for this one and I have to wait 30 minutes before I can change again because that's fair. So I will change in a second. I will remember, do not worry. Auto select. It does have auto selection. Okay, cool. Fuck yeah, Rat Cousin. Let's go. Okay. Manko. Ooh, which one has it? Give me Manko Chew, because I like this one. Give me that bow. That's perfect. Okay. Would Elaine taste like steak, milk, or like chicken? Legit question. I would probably taste like chicken. Or hamburger. It's one or the other. I said chicken at first because like there's the meme that everything tastes like chicken. I got your cousin. That's a rat for some reason. He's part of it. Or hamburger because it just kind of makes sense. I don't know if I want the teeth, but I think the teeth are funny. The teeth are funny. I might just keep them because they're funny. And then my band-aid. Alright, guys. We got emergency food supply in case we're hungry. Like a hot dog because no one knows what that thing is. I think that's also fair. Remove that guy. I need the blush from the base. Because I'm lazy. I want to be lazy, chat. go? Where is it? Oh, I just copied the word shading. Okay. There we go. Okay. There we go. And then red, blush, this one, this one, this one. Okay. Elaine, the hot dog of VTubers. I am. What that means, you'll never know. Okay. Export as PNG. Minko. Minko stare. But now I have to try it with just the head. Head and then the rear separately. Is this Weenie Hut Jr.? Yes, sirree, Bob. Let me just do this. And close, close, close. No. Really didn't ask you to open multiple times. Okay, I want to see if I can make it nod. Nod. Make emote nod. I think that's this one. It is. Wait, how do I do the thing? Nod angle, start angle, nod left corner. Good night, bitches. Sleep good all into your dreams. Good night, Buster. Nod angle, nod speed. It's going the wrong way. Nod left. There we go. Hand to your heart. Actually, am I stupid? I think I might be a little stupid. I think I might be a little stupid, chat. I'm opening everything but the program I want. I might be just a little bit stupid. To your heart. Might be just a little stupid. Love us. One. Don't stop that. Export 2. Export 3. Easy GIF. No. This one. Uh-oh. I think. I don't know how many more, like, middle frames I gotta do. feel like that looks a little dumb. Why does that look a little dumb? I think I know why. Let's take this. Take this one. Let's take this guy. And then we're just gonna go this way just a little bit. And then we're going to duplicate it. We're going to do a little bit more. And then we're going to go down. So we're going to turn these two off. We're going to go down with it. We'll do it again, and then we'll go down with it. And then, so we have the original one. One, yes. Export 2, yes. Export 3, yes. Export 4. Export 5. Okay. God dang it. I need... Why do I feel like I did that wrong, though? Oh my goodness. Three, yes. 2. Yep. And then 1. Ever. Okay. This should work. If I'm smart, it'll work. It goes up. Copy this one. Copy this one. And then copy this one. And then try it. Make it faster so I can actually tell if it's working. I think I don't like the fangs. The lady went away. Export as 1. Yep. Export 2. Yep. Oh my goodness. There we go. There we go. Upload. And then I can remove head versus body. Leave. Let's do 5. Oh, what the fuck? How do these still have things? Number 4. Okay, so number 4. Yep. I'm just gonna make sure 5 is correct. Okay. My hands are so cold. Alright, let's make it 5. See how it looks. Okay, so it goes up, copy this one, copy this one, right? It should go. I'm gonna copy this one and then here. And now it should be pretty smooth. It's very interesting seeing it go frame by frame before like calculating. What is hold on. Emote maker. I just want to check something. Oh. Yo, Elaine. Wanted to ask you if you've used After Effects before or something similar. Only thing I've ever used is DaVinci. That's the closest thing I got. I'm just curious. Fair enough. That's all I got. I did After Effects once, but I honestly don't remember any of it. Nod left. I don't like that. Ocean. Friend of mine asked me if I could help them make a VTuber debut video with all the effects on the background and such, and I'm like, fuck it, weeball. Good luck, buddy. Yeah, that's not my area expertise. That one I definitely be like. I feel like Andrea might. If you ask Andrea, if you add Andrea, but I use After Effects for post-processing to animate certain lengthy backgrounds. That makes sense. You in my November. Hi, Eden's Desk. Welcome on in. Thank you for the head pat. Okay. My life. Love me. Alright, send this to Pixel, see what Pixel thinks. Eyes. I'm just gonna call it eyes for now. Boop. I just put them in Discord, see how I feel. Whoop. Ignore the quality difference. Thank you for the lurk! Since I'm typically a lurker, just want to say that I love the vibes and art. Gotta go study now, though. Have a good studying! Thank you for the lurk, friend! It's gonna be a tall task. I believe in you. Just make sure, okay. You got it, buddy. I don't really care about us. Alright, tisn't time. We're gonna be in co-working because we're working on something that takes high focus. We're not just chatting. YouTube is best friend. YouTube is YouTube is pretty good. I'm tired. Oh my god, my headset. Okay. Okay. My hands are cold. This is an organization of that. We want to A to Z this. My hands are cold. Okay, world generation, quality of life, API live, and food. Quality of life. Wait, is furniture not? Furniture's only 10.8% quality of life. API libs. Food is 14%. Okay. I just really need to find a right way to go, lol, so I can at least assemble something basic and go from there. That's valid. You could see if, like, any people that, like, they like the work of has, like, tutorials or anything like that. Okay. My hands are so cold. I don't want to close the window, though. I just want my hand to be warm. Alright. Alrighty. Time to do big brain math. And by math, I mean, let's open up Minecraft and see what the fuck we're working with right now. So I think this is the current mod pack. Let's do beach party. Let's do farmer charm comp pad. I think I might want to get. But let me see. Access mobs, naturalist compat. Interesting. I don't have this one. I don't have that compat either. There's quite a few compats I just don't have for some reason. Artifactory, UI silver tide. This one should be green as well. This one. This one. I don't have bad weather, no cookie. I do. At least I'll shift up. What the fuck? Okay. Wait, is that, did it have some? Oh. Oh, it did. What? Artifacts. What? Artifacts. Cart. Athena. Automobility. Autumn. Bomb. Why is the music not working? Hello, music? Hello, internet? I'm mostly just finding the right. If it's basic, I don't mind helping. I can teach you how to set up 3D space or move anime. Oh my smart babies. The fuck is wrong with my Spotify? There you go. Bomb. Barbecue. It looks good. That all looked good. Connected chains, connectivity, structure. Oh. I don't remember what this is. Corgula. Cresto Crescent Live. This one. Curious. Oh my god, this one is the same too. Dark Timer, Data Anchor, Dawn of Time, Later Blocks, Decorative Core. Okay, maybe. Oh my god, that's a lot. Okay, hopefully it's all the same. Nope. Okay, fuck. Okay. Oh, already different. Okay, this one, this one, this one, this one. Any masters. And an overhaul. Anti-cutting, Etheria, Geograph, Explores Compass, Exposure, Extra Storage, Extreme Sound Filter, Sphere Lights, Fallen Gems on Affixes. Yeah, okay, that's right. Falling Leaves. Falling Leaves, Fancy Menu Furniture, and then Delight to Dispute. Oh, Falling Leaves to Delight. And then comes like Compact. I have Coke. What kind of Coke? No flavored Coke. Refreshment. Ooh, falling in love. Fried Delight, Fruits Delight. Functional store. Oh, okay. I gotta go to Trampoline. Fall in love again and again. Fall in love again and again. Fall in love again and again. Coke flavored Coke? So original Coke, understandable. Hey, phone. Hello! I'm gonna take off my Halloween costume. Forgot to. Oops. There you go. Tramp! Yep. It's swamping time. Ow! I'm still the same bean. I just, I'm just doing some stuff. Gale. Scamolibs is also the same. Again and again, fall in love again and again. 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 Iceberg, Iglees, immersive. Approval is set of inventory choice, inventory tweaks. JJ add-on. Choice of painting. Just another one. Flesh shit. Just enough hammers. Kiwi boy. Night quest. Colton. Cube. I didn't even have that one. What? But you're rising. Is this one sorted alphabetically? I don't think it is. Hold on. Oh, my nose itches. Ah! Alright. Getting there. Alright. Sort range. Sort. It's just left me higher. Burning love. Attribute fix. Connectors. Yeah, I don't think I have that either. I think we're doing pretty good up until this point. Legacy, we don't need those. We don't need these. We make them orange. Lemon, Lubeck, lionfish. Burning love. Oh my god, shrimp! I am a shrimp! Hello! Hi! Hope you're having a good day! Fucking mighty male. Oh, mineral diet. What's the model get model icon? That was correct. I wonder where Medieval Origins went. I don't see that one. Medieval Origins is right here. So maybe I say interesting. Goob shrimp. I am a goob shrimp. Oh god dang it. This one's green. Two are the same. Burning love. I'm gonna burn in love. Shrimp is just as a shrimp. It is. This is true. I agree with this. You know, we have a different origins. This is hopefully the same. It is not. Okay. Pick up notifier. B-side placebo player animator. Placebo. Do I not have polymorph? Weird. I thought I had that. This makes it a shrimp approved. It is. It was true. I think these will all be the same. Yeah, those are the same. Oh my god. Scaling, serene season, strange shrubbery, server performance, shrink, silent lib. I want to check that one again. Sons of Sin. These should be the same. Ice and fire. We don't need this guy. I don't know why we have this guy. We're missing this guy. Structure, subtle effects. Titanium. We don't have titanium either. But we have everything else? Yes. Tiny skeleton, towns and towers. Twilights, flavors and delights. Oh, I got mixed up. Okay. Undergarden, underlay, universal bone mill, universal grid, furniture, rivets. Food, Velhesia core, furniture, vanilla backport, variants, adventures, veggies delight. Veggies delight, build your names, vintage, visual, void totem, void backstone, void stones. Meet Fluffy shrimp. Oh my god! Fluffy shrimp so cute! Fluffy rated us last week. We like Fluffy here. Zeros maps. Oh, interesting. We didn't have that either. And then this one. Desert, dungeon, end, jungle, temple, mine shafts, nether, fortress, ocean, monuments, strongholds, witch hut, bridges, extras, and Zeta. Okay, so the ones that we don't have is town talk, which understandable. Open, column to the right. I'm just gonna shove this over here for now. So this makes sense that we remove that one. Supplementary complex doesn't make sense. Style colonies does make sense. Soul Apple's origins makes sense. So we got a Spice of Life Apple Edition, that makes sense. Simple Weapons does not make sense. Scalable's Cat Force. I thought I had that one. Scalable's Cat Force. No, okay, we didn't. Okay, I'll have to look at that one then. Respiteful makes sense. We didn't add that one. Permanent Sponges is fine. I will have to check on this guy to see if he's done an update to this or not, because there is a new forge thing. Origin classes. Origin classes. This is added. This is by Ape. Oh, wait. Updated? Oh, shit. They may not have it. Nope, they don't. Fuck. Okay. But that means that this one probably didn't get an update either. Nope, so that one's not going to be able to be added. Okay, that's fine. Move. Mythical upgrades and customization. We'll look at that one. Libs, fine. Memory leak. Orders revival. That's different. The only mod I can play is better on Bedrock. What's that? Modding legacy we didn't need. Abnormals we don't need. Just a wrath mod I removed. Items displayed. Arcane essence. Immersive UI. Hold items. Can be done through resource packs. Egg delight I'm still thinking about. Dragon enchants no longer works. I don't want these because I don't think they look... Wait. Yes. It's a mod for Bedrock. Oh, interesting. Dark Orb. Curious Quark Oddities. Backpack. Wife is Shrimp. I am Shrimp now. This one I need to add. Corn Delight isn't needed. Common capabilities. I guess not. Butcher's Delight didn't need it. Better try to better babies. I'm a better babies. Babe. Alternate origins. GUI. Did this one get an update by any fucking chance? No. Fuck. No. No. Oh well. that I want to add. Not touch my grass. What the fuck? That's so weird that these weren't. These ones, Amanda Fletcher, abnormal accessories at Astra. So these ones, adorable egg, adorable hamsters, adventure. Arrow blender. Okay, that's fine. Well, these lucky lures. Yep, let's do API. These ones also are also copied. So that's the one I added. Arrow blender. Delete shit. Shift up. Lurk, wife request is her hubby. No problem. Love you, Kiwi. Delete shell, shift up. Wait. Delete shell, shift up. Does this not have better babies in it? Oh, it doesn't. Weird. It's all shift up. Basically, I want these to be the same. Baby, where have you been? 'Cause I never see you now. Please shell shift up. Please shell shift up. Please shell shift up. Please shell shift up. Shell shift up. Oh my god. What is this one? I don't think this one's necessary. I don't even know what the fuck that does. Shift up. Shift up. Shift up. I don't like all why. Yeah, it is. So much of this that was removed that I didn't realize. I just want to remove the empty ones. Okay. What is this? It's a library mod. Okay, I'm just gonna take this. Just come to the right, paste. Actually, no. And let's just shift down. Yeah, because I want... Huh? Why no longer? It should be very similar. Oh, it's because it's like all the way up here is where we start. Horrible bruise. Let's just shift down. Oh, I was right. Oh, stop that. Stop that. Control Y is such a hard combination of buttons for me. Shift down. Nope. Nope. Let's shift down. Okay. How do I want to do this? Okay, let's not think about this left side right now. Access Bob. I want to keep that. Arrow blender. What's its dependencies? Relations, dependence, the Aether. So the Aether needs this then. Let's see. What's in this mod? Collaboration mod. Getting started. Join. It doesn't say what it needs though. Does it not need it? Depend. To install this mod, what if Modrinth says what it's like dependent on? Creators, license, updated. What is it? Doesn't say the dependents. Dependencies. What does dependencies mean? Dependents? Dependents. Images. Nope, that doesn't help. Nope, that doesn't help. Oh my god. Dependencies packages requires your application to... Oh my god, it's confusing me. Ah! Dependence means they need it. Dependencies is what it needs. I think. Meaning. Dude, how my brain is broken. Okay, we'll just leave that there for now, I guess. Does this really not have arrow? Independent is okay being on your own. Well, yeah, I know that one. But what is the difference between dependent and dependency? That one's fine. Who's this one? See, that's the thing. All relationships, dependencies. What needs it? Dependence? No, I've already confused myself. Why do I have a message in here? Alright. These are old. Furnace is reimagined. Ooh. Ooh, what happened on reimagined? I have to try reimagined. Anywho. Dependencies. Dependence. It needs it. What is the difference? Dependence is what needs the connectors extras. Dependencies is something that my brain is not comprehending. Accompanying connector, mod for connector. Okay, let's just look at architecture API. Doesn't say it needs it. EMI. What does it need? What does it stand for? Instructions, support, license. I don't understand what the dependency thing is. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this one. Corel woodcutter. I will load up Minecraft just to see what's going on. Oh, I don't want Corel woodcutter anymore. So I'll make this red. Crescent Live is a library. Control is orange. Yeah, that works. Decorative delight will be orange. We'll check that one. Delightful burgers. We'll check this one. Embedium. If you're a live fantasy weapons. We will check this one. Farmer's Delight Compact. That's fine. And that one's fine. Fry Cook's Delight and Furniture Beetle. We have to check all the furniture mods. Okay. Well, that loads. Brown London dress. I think I also want to do like with golden brown. These are like green, you know? That means like we're keeping these no matter what green. That's not as green as I want it to be. This is green. Okay. Let's do meadow. Let's do wild nature. Storage upgrades, man, especially abnormal delights. That one, it will be checked. This is also not the same green. Oh my god. I'm screaming. Okay. Accessories. This one. Additional lights. Lib. Egg, hamsters, chimney, advanced blackmans, control Y. Aether delight, lost content. This one, I worry about AI improvements because that one might not work with everything I want. Alcohol Carnals, almost unified amendments. Not this guy. No, I said not that guy. Thank you very much. Oh my god. Oop. Okay. Let me look at this. Apothic supplementaries. Ever wish you could decorate your enchanting set without completely destroying the enchanting stats? This mod allows Apotheosis enchanting stats to vary a decorative item from... this mod adds Apotheosis enchanting stats to various decorative items from supplementaries. More rare, expensive items. Skull candles, skull pies, candle holders, skull sconces, sepia, enderman head, goblet, minor stats. Interesting. I'm back. Welcome back. I have that here twice. Delete, still shift up. Apple skin, aquaculture. God dang it. There. Aquamare. It might be easier, actually. Hold on. Go back. Back. I put something in the fridge. Alright, give me 2 seconds. In a dark. Aww. Aww, her coloring book's so cute. I love it. 10 out of 10. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. These ones are all staying. Actually, I'll check this one. She added the outfits. The outfits are very cute. I like the little round babies. Actually, this one. This is a library mod. Egg, hamster, chimney, Vance Black. This one. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. This one. The attributes, the curious. Oh, I have this one again. Good lord. Oh well, no, I didn't fix it from before. Apple skin is fine. Let me see what this one is. About the Osis and Curios. This one's helpless damage. Okay. That sounds fine. Aquaculture is fine. Aquamare is fine. This is an API mod. I wanna do ones for API mods, and that will be like a grayed out X, because it doesn't really matter if I want them or not. APIs will just be there regardless. So I'm just gonna keep that there because I think it's fine. But there are ones that I want to check. Yeah. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. That's not fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I think this one's an API one. I want to check what that one does. That one adds cars. That one's fine. Bad weather, no cookie. Bomb is this one. Barbecue delight. Check this. Bobbly heart containers is fine. Beautiful potions. Beautify. Better advancements. Better RPI. Combat. Days. F3. Biomancy, bombs of plenty, block UI, I think is an API, so I'll skip that one. Mon Magic, Blue Skies, Blueprint. Botania, Botanica Additions, Botany Ponds, Botany Trees, Botarium, Bountiful. I don't remember that one's a furniture mod or not. I think Bountiful is a furniture mod? No, it's not. It is not. Never mind. Bread, food. This is fine. Plugs of plenty. That's fine. Building but better is fine. Bushier flowers. API. Carpeted slabs and stairs. I have to check this one because I like it, but I don't know. This mod has been merged in amendments. Wait, what? Does that mean amendments has it? Minecraft. Carpeted stairs. So we don't need this one then. We don't need this because it was added into... Carry on is fine. That's fine. Chat heads, chimes, chipped. Chipped and chisels and bits are gonna be fine. I might check this one though. Client crafting, comms cluttered. Craft core. Collector's caravan, collector's sweep, color wheel. I don't know if we need color wheel either. This one's actually, I need to check that one. I don't think that one's necessary unless we have... He's an old man. It's an old man. And Minecraft is lagging. Look at my beautiful Minecraft, though. It's so beautiful. But I'm going to turn the shaders off. Shader pack off. Apply. Just because I'm just going to be in here to check mod packs. Okay, let's go back up. Let's do Lily's Lures out. Lily's Lures. Bamboo, fishing rod, floating debris, flying box, river, cooked meals. Redstone coil, fish bag. All rare items. Interesting. So that's still a maybe. This is on the maybe list. So yellow. We need a check color. These are for duplicates. Those are for remove. I feel like I just need to make another column to the left. Oh, din time! Which means it's time to take a break to watch Camboy Rollins! It's time to watch Cowboy Camboy Rollins. We're gonna take a break from the Minecraft to watch Cowboy Kent Rollins while I eat my grilled cheese sandwich. And while my Discord apparently breaks. Because I just saw it refresh and that was kind of scary. What's that? It's a cowboy who is gonna teach us how to cook real good food. I have a grilled cheese sandwich. This is the second time I'm watching him have a sandwich with a sandwich. I don't want a long one. We'll do chili cheese dog. You want homemade chili. Those look good. Somewhere between the range and the backyard of the Cowboys kitchen setup. Never had a chili dog. You've never known what it's like to shit your pants. Understood. That's okay. God damn. I thought he would have a set, but I feel like being able to set up that kitchen and put it back down is like important part of it. Oh. I'm sorry, Camboy Rollins. I'm lazy. How'd you do that? How did it jump like that? What the fuck? Is it because the stove is hot? And so it like popped up the bottom? What the fuck? That was cool. The chili. Oregano. Cumin. Gotta have a well-seasoned chili, chat. This is most of my commentary because I'm eating food. I might have to watch that show just to see what it's like. Beans! Because I had to eat my salad. I had to eat my salad first, I'm sorry. Mmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. What kind of cheese was it? A binding agent. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I like green chili the best. This is really loud. I do green chili. I like green chili. Yeah, no scrimping on the ingredients, chat. Mmm. Hot spicy beef franks from Nathan's or beef knockwurst from Hebrew Nationals. Mmm. God damn! All beef franks. Uh-huh. Jumbos. Okay. Broil. No, broil. That's fair, but I'm lazy, so I will broil it. And none of those pencil dogs. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's gonna warm up the buns. Cancel him being vegetarian phobic. Listen, he's a cowboy. Alright? He a cowboy. Cowboys don't know vegetarian. We're not canceling people. Get that shit out of here. We're spreading love. Peepaw is just sharing his history with us. No reason to cancel him. Ooh, he's gonna add onions until they get translucent and soft. That's a good size, like, cutting board. I'm saving your marriage right here. Why? You're right, Peepaw. Oh, he's using pepper jack. Peepaw knows what's up. Peepaw knows what's up. He's using pepper jack. I'm closing him up. I wonder why he like closes them. Maybe so the heat stays in it? God damn, people. Ooh, woo! Oh, he has a little mustard to it? Fuck yeah, Peepaw. I don't like how close his bare hands is getting to the grill. He probably can't feel it. I'm gonna be real, he probably cannot feel it. Oh! Oh! Is he gonna do a little jig? Oh. But Jen is so excited. She's like, give him more of a tilt. Oh. God damn. Oh. We love Peepaw. Not really. Aww. Lulu's a princess. She's a queen. Okay. Thank you, Peepaw. This message has been brought to you by Peepaw. And now we go back to our thing that we were doing. We love Peepaw. Ah, I love watching him daily. He just makes me so happy. Oh, I love Peepaw. Peepaw's so great. All right, back to the silliness that we were doing. All right. Smart chat, drop down. Let's make one, which is keep, ignore, check. All right, keep, ignore. Oop, this one's ignore, and then this one is check. Done. Keep. Check. A lot of these are keeps, so I'm just gonna paste the keeps in here first. And then ignore. Okay, so okay. I guess another thing we want to check is going to game mode survival. We want to check. Okay, cool. Okay. Interesting. Okay, but Stoneborn won't work with this one, so I think we should go back to the other one that we had. So replace with cosmetic armor reworked, I think. I gotta change this. Edit. Replace. Ignore. And then remove. Remove will be red. Replace will be orange. Check will be yellow. There you go. Apply to all. Okay. Wait. Edit this one green. Done. Apply to all. Ignore. Oh. Okay. So this one is this one's checked still. Abnormal's delight. Let's go to replace this one. And they're going to go to abnormal's delight. And I'm gonna go actually. Oh. Okay, and then we're gonna go to abnormal. Yeah, this shit only adds like. It has this cake though. Vanilla cake. But why would this come from abnormal delight? That's my question. Like, it gives you slices, but like, I don't know if this is necessary. So I think we might remove abnormal's delight just because, like, I get the slice of cake is cute, but like, it doesn't work for all cakes. Ignore ether delight. Ether delight. Sweet and sour soup, sweat pudding, ether flower tea. This comes from Ether Delight. This is all Ether Delight, yes. Blueberry pie slice. Comes from Delightful. Blueberry pie, blueberries and cherries. This comes from Delightful. This comes from Hearth and Harvest. So we already have like a ton of blueberry stuff. So I think we can remove this one. There's Delight. AI improvements. Need to check. I keep looking at this and I don't like the colors. Check. Check, replace, customize this one. Move. Done. Apply to all. Okay. I might edit replace though. Customize text. And then replace, customize. Done. Okay. I don't think that actually worked, but that's okay. Keep. I don't think keep isn't capitalized. Keep. Done. Oh. Just gonna delete column. Keep. Okay, Alex's Caves Delight. Is it because of that? Shit. What about Fixer Link 1? Fixer Link 1 is the one that made Delight, right? What did they make? Compact structures? They're the one that made Compact Delight and Alex's Caves Delight. Okay, I'm gonna keep those then. I'll keep that one then. Alex's Caves Delight, and then does this one just work for Alex's Cave? Yes, it does. Okay. And then there's Compact Delight, I believe, somewhere down here. Compact Delight. Okay. Ignore. Okay. I think this is where I will call stream for today, and then I will just continue working on stuff late, or not later, but like off stream, because I mean, meh, I'm not doing a lot. Cat streaming. She's still streaming. Okay, go. We gotta go before they end their stream. They've been streaming for 4 hours. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I love you guys very much. We're gonna go raid Cat. Have fun with them. Hopefully they're not ending soon, so quickly go. I love you guys very much. Here's the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but if you do, then you know where you came from, and I appreciate that. I love you guys very much. Have fun with them. Mwah. I will see you tomorrow for more workies and lurkies. Have a great night. I love you.